Sige, paano yung dyan, ha? Hindi ka pagpapalinis, no? Dito dyan. Palinis ako. Palinis na, sige. Ano tiga dito dyan? Alinis yung galing, kawayan kailangan. Kabali pa dyan, kwa pispan.
Hindi nga pispan, hindi ko po yung palang pispan.
Sige. Madidagar-garaw na gidya ko dyan. Mulak. Katundala na gidya. Gure ka na mangruga at meeting ko. Pamukitaan nila dyan,
Alerta katipunan sa bundok ang tahanan, doon mararanasan ang hirap ng katawan. Walang punan, walang kumot, walang banig sa pagtulog. Inunan pa ay ang gulok, abanseng katakot-takot. Alerta katipunan, din ang kahirapan, pag-ibayuhin ang tapang, kahit mamatay sa laban. Layo natin itaguyod, baya'y tubusin at itampok. Hayon na tayo'y makipaghamok, abanseng katakot-takot.
Recording in progress.
Abanseng katakot-takot.
Recording stopped.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Recording in progress.
Hello, Jingle. Ang balita ko, si Jingle magte-take over speaker kasi tumakbong BP si speaker natin eh.
Anong alam ko dyan, Sir Hill?
Paano ba? Nakamute si Kwan. Ask to unmute si Kwan. Kaya...
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Vice Pres.
So, take over niyo muna.
Successful.
Speakership, baka masilip tayo. Kinabantayan na tayo dahil mainit tayo dahil sabi nila, pati si Nelson Ramirez nagsalita na. May ano na mga siman, yan na si Ray, yan na si Ben. Mamaya nainggit ang mga yawa na yan. Sabihin nila na Philippines.
Yawa ka
Di bali na, Mr. Speaker, pinapractice ko na si Jingle, no? Ginagawa ko na siyang co-host ngayon para marunong siya mag-speaker.
Okay. Ano lang ko, magdagdag lang ko pero hindi ako kagaya ng nakaraan dahil baka mamaya nasilip nila na disqualified ang KDP.
Pero bago ka umalis, Mr. Speaker, greet mo muna yung mga bago nating kasama. Meron tayo si Clint Hassan, si Felipe Gabriel.
Okay. So, Kasani, Felipe Gabriel at saka Clint Hassan. So, kung nakikinig kayo ngayon, pansamantala, hindi muna ako mag-speaker ngayon dahil nag-file ako ng kandidatura ko nung isang araw. So baka masilip tayo, masisip ako ng partido.
Ang intindi ko, Mr. Speaker, habang wala pa yung official campaign period, wala naman restriction sa iyo.
Hindi, ang inasunod nila na when you file your candidacy, you have to resign. Kita mo, nag-file ng mga kandidaturan nila, umalis sila sa pisto nila.
Eh wala,
So-
official pisto yan sa gobyerno. Ito dito sa atin, volunteer naman to, wala ka naman sweldo.
Oo, wala nga. Pero kung masilipan nila, mahirap magsagot. Mahirap managot. Ako masisi ba? Sabihin na na-disqualified ang partido dahil sa iyo, tarantado ka talaga. So mahirap naman. Preparasyon lang.
Alam mo, wala naman talaga yan. I don't think meron. Iniintay ko nga si Atty. Melchor Magdamo kasi tinanong ko niyan. I think wala naman siya sinabing problema mo. You can continue. Ngayon, nakuha ka lang for delikadesa, inisip mo, parang mahirap yan kasi meron kang sinasalihang grupo tulad natin. Eh tayo naman, hindi naman tayo non-partisan group. We are partisan for our cause.
Oo, nandiyan. Pero sinabihan ako niyan ng Comelec na iwas muna daw. Baka ma-disqualify ang partido. Buong partido hindi lang ako. So, ingat ako dahil baka ako madamay sina Ray, madamay sina Valdez. Mahirap na ako masisi.
Kita dito may camera ito, nakikita yung mga...
Okay, kung hindi ka komportable sa ganyan, mag-leave ka muna. Ayun, ang acting speaker natin mula ngayon ay si Jingle.
Okay. Oo.
Sir Hill,
Magkinig lang ako. Kasi ang sabi ganito, ang lahat na nag-file ng candidacy, pwede sila mag-guest, pero di ka not host. So kung halimbawa, tawagin man ako na mag-guest, okay lang. Pero nalaman kasi nila na na speaker ako, kung minsan isip na host.
Ako naman dito technically ang host.
Okay.
Hindi mo lang dati ka ng guest dito, nag-guest ka lang continuously. Anong problema doon?
Okay na dyan. Kung tayo lang, pwede yan. Pero alam mo naman mga kalaban.
Ako naman dito talaga ang nakalista na host. So, ikaw, lagi kang guest.
Oo.
Sabi mo, wala naman nagbago. Lagi lang naman akong guest doon. Kaya lang ginagawa akong acting speaker ng host. Oh, ano masabi nila doon? Ha?
Pwede
Ano nila
na.
kalabanin yun?
Pwede nga, sana ikatwiran yan. Baka mamaya lang ay masisi ako ni na bots.
Sige. Jingle. Practice ka na, Jingle.
Ni Reyna, trantado ka talaga eh. Sinabihan na tayo na huwag ka pumasok nun. Pasok ka pa, tignan mo. Pati kami nadamay tuloy.
for now, Sir Hill, kasi battery ko nasa below 20% na lang. I don't think so kung makakarating to sa end ng session. Siguro next time try natin na para makapag-review muna ako ng mga videos ngayon at baka di natin alam sasabihin natin. So,
Pansamantala, ikaw muna magtingin lang ako.
Recording in progress.
nag-file ng vice ata, mga 40.
wow.
Ang vice sa 20 city.
27 lang, akala ko 47.
Hindi, 20 city.
Mas marami pa yung president at vice kaysa senators.
Parehong city, 97, tapos 27.
O, 77. Lucky number.
Ang senator 117.
Oh, di lucky number 777.
Ilan man ang congressman? Ilan ang congressman?
Hindi ko na nabilang congressman kasi madami sila sa party list pa lang, gagagulo na.
300 na yung party list ata, 250.
Oh.
Biro mo yung mga ganon. Hello, Engineer Perdigon. Nag-file ka rin bang president or vice
Yes,
president? Hello. Uso ngayon, uso
Hindi
last
po.
week ngayon ng kandidatura eh. Okay, Mr. Perdigon, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, but I'm not qualified.
Overqualified engineer.
Mga
Engineer, you
educational
are
campaign na lang
overqualified.
po ako. Educational campaign lang po ako dito. Tungkol sa mga issues.
Anyway, sino sumusunod doon sa aking pag-uusapan natin kasi ngayon itong mga naging kandidato. Pero bago yung lahat, sinong mga nagsunod doon sa aking nabasa yung mga postings ko doon sa aking Facebook account?
Sir Hill, meron ako napansin doon na may napansin ka na rin. Tagal ko nang napansin. Pero hindi lang ako sure, hindi lang confirm ang ganung information. Regarding the Digong the president and Digong the man.
Oh!
Yan ang hindi ko maintindihan.
Okay. Ganito explain ko sa inyo, yung maintindihan natin.
Oh.
Yung Malolos Constitution, ang nag-implement noon, ang nag-empower noon, ay si President Emilio Aguinaldo.
Mm.
Pero galit ako kay President Emilio Aguinaldo. Kasi pinatay niya si Bonifacio.
Mm.
Ganon din, ang pinatay ni Emilio Aguinaldo si Bonifacio, maraming umalis doon sa kanyang katipunan. Kaya nga, sumurrender sila, nahuli sila, nagkaroon ng pack o biyak na bato. Ngayon, okay, good morning. Galit ako sa tao. Pero respeto ko ang pagiging presidente ni Emilio Aguinaldo. Kahit nagalit ako sa kanya. Kasi siya sa pagiging presidente niya, siya nagpromulga, siya nag-implement ng ating 1899 Constitution.
Mm.
Yan ang difference between the man who occupies the office and the office of the presidency. Ganon din si Digong. Kaya ako nainis dyan sa Nobel Committee. Iniinsulto tayo. Nakikialam sa ginagawa ng ating presidente as President of the Republic. Kung ginawa ni Digong yung kanyang campaign against drugs, ginawa niya yon as his promise to the people na kanya eradicate yung drug problem natin. He was operating as a president and a president who is fulfilling the promise that he gave to our people. Okay? So, in that sense, ang ginagawa nila, talagang sinasabi nila, oh, mali yung ginawa ninyo na pag-kampanya sa drugs. Kaya ngayon, yung taong nanloko sa inyo, lumaban sa inyo, katulad ni Maria Ressa, bigyan namin ng Nobel Prize. Wala yung kaibahan doon sa vlogger na si Joe Berlorio na binigyan ng kung ano ng mga civic groups dyan ng parang 10 outstanding something o kung ano man yun. Kasi kampi sila sa sinasabi ni blogger ni Joe Berlorio. O dahil sa kampi ang Western press sa sinasabi ni Maria Ressa, yun, bigyan siya ngayon ng Nobel Prize. Hindi naman siya pinersecute based on kanyang mga sinusulat. Pinersecute siya dahil hindi siya nagbayad ng taxes.
Mm.
O, yun ang kaya kalokohan niya. Iniinsulto tayo nitong Nobel Committee. Yun namang Nobel Committee niyan, yung Nobel Peace Prize, sabi ko nga, isa oxymoron. Kasi oxymoron yan. Kasi yung pondo ng Nobel, funded yan galing sa kita ng dinamita ni Nobel. Dinamita is one of the most warlike weapons used by warlike people. Kaya mga ipokrito yan. Kaya nagalit ako sa kanila kasi first time gagawa sila ng award para sa Pilipino tapos ganun pa ang kanilang gagawin. Kalokohan yan. Alam mo, itong mga Nobel, nag-i-invest yan sa financial system ng mundo. Yung financial system ng mundo, kontrolado na rin ng mga drug lords kasi international drug lords kasi naglo-laundering sila ng pera nila. may impluwensya na yung mga drug lords dyan sa mga ganyang klaseng foundation. Kaya ngayon, yung mga tao na lumalaban sa kanila, na pinapahirapan sila, ibigyan nila ng award, yung giving them comfort. Yan, si Maria Risa, isa yan. Nagbibigay ng comfort sa kanya. Kaya yan ang posisyon ko. Kaya yan ang sinasabi ko, Jingle, na I'm separating the man, Digong, from the office of the presidency of the Philippines. Yan ang kaibahan. Let us separate the office from the man. Ngayon, yung kanyang pagbumura, yung mga iba niyang ginagawa, hindi natin gusto yon. Pero bilang presidente, lalo na pag ang kaharap natin ay mga ganyang klaseng kinayupak na mga dayuhan na Nobel Committee, tayo, kampi tayo sa presidente natin. Alam nyo, sa Estados Unidos, pag yung presidente ng Amerika lumabas ng bansa at nakipagharap doon sa ibang mga nasyon, tigil ang lahat ng criticism sa presidente sa loob ng Amerika. Kasi ang presidente niya ay nasa labas ngayon ng US at siya ay nagrepresenta ng buong United States sa pagkikipagharap sa Russia halimbawa. So lahat ng domestic attack, tigil yan lahat. Pagbalik niya, pag-uwi niya, tapos na yung kanyang state visit, upakan na naman siya ulit. Pero tayo, wala tayong ganun.
Nasiraan pa nga eh.
Alam yun. Ha?
Nasiraan pa nga. Kung si Lini pa nga eh. Nasiraan niya pa bansa niya.
Kasi meron tayo ngayong potential Mussolini. Si Bato de la Rosa, kamukha ni Benito Mussolini. Sabi ganito. Si Bato daw, sabi ni Kuse, ang slogan nila bago. Bago. Kasi bago daw, bago 2022, bago 2022, bato at saka go. Sabi ko, kung ikaw ay naguguluhan at ayaw mo si Go at saka gusto mo si Ong, ang grupo na niya ay Bago Ong. Yan ang mangyayari dyan.
Grabe, no?
Yan ang mga kalokohan ng ating politika. Kaya masaya yun nangyari. No? 27 gusto magpresidente. Tapos 27 gusto mag-vice president.
Alam mo masaya doon sa Comelec. File kami ng candidacy, lahat kami naka-face mask. Nung picturean na lang smile, paano ka mas-smile ay naka-face mask ka? Panibagong style yan ha.
Oo. Wala tayong problema na meron tayong mga kasama dito kasi movement naman tayo, hindi naman tayo formal na organisasyon. May naman
nandito na.
Si Mr. Vice President, I am introducing you to your rival, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Charlie Serapio.
Felicitations to my co-vice presidential candidate, Cabinito. Bienvenido. Opo.
Yes.
Si Boots Valdez pa ba ang presidente ng KDP?
Oo.
I think so. He's the president of KDP, yes.
Yeah. Because kasi si our late comrade or compatriot, si Glicerio Herbero and Boots Valdez were in constant touch with each other during those times when we were, struggling, you may say, not necessarily on above ground, but underground. So they were always communicating with each other. And I think I have another friend who is very much active with KDP, who was my grade school and high school classmate. I think is your I don't know kung kakilala mo siya, Kabien, si Salome Mable.
Hindi ko pa siya narinig ko lang pangalan niya pero hindi ko na-meet personal.
Oo, si Jing Mable.
Si Jing Mable, oo. Si Jing Mable kilala ko.
Oo, yes, he's active with you.
Sa Rizal. Rizalistas.
Oo, kila kila Bishop Villaronte.
Kay Bishop
Oo.
Villaronte.
Saka iba pa mga Rizalista. Ganyan. So we have common friends, we have common bases. So that should be a reason for us to have a common talk. Sige, anyway, felicitations to you. My best to your candidacy.
Likewise.
Thank you. Salamat, Engineer.
Mr. Speaker, bienvenido Lorque. I can assure you of the 27th place as Vice President in the election results. Because you are only 27 candidates. Now,
That
how
is
will
quite better than 77.
I will the COMELEC pare down all of these candidacies. Charlie, do you know that how they will do it?
Hindi pala 77 na, 97 ang presidente.
97 nga. How will they pair this list? Paano nilang papalitin yung listang yan? Anong basis nila?
Ang basis nila dyan, sabi, nuisance. Kaya nakipaglaban si President Bitay. Sabi niya, tanggalin mo ako. Ang qualification niyo, 10 years, at least 10 years sa residence ng Pilipinas. Wala na iba eh. Bakit tanggalin niyo ako? Palitan niyo, sabi niya, requirement ng candidacy bago niyo ako tanggalin.
Bakit? Nakipag-away ba siya doon?
Oo, dahil nuisance daw siya, ay lumaban siya. Hindi siya na nuisance.
Because he made noise, hindi na siya nuisance.
Si Arsiga ba? Si
Muslim candidate.
Hindi siya tinanggal, pinakinggan siya. Okay, approve daw.
Mahirapan sila dyan. Hindi, gagawin pa nila yan. Magkakaroon pa sila ng resolutions dyan. May hearing pa yan. Hindi dahil sa pinapain ka, okay ka na. Magtatanggal pa sila ng tao dyan.
Alam mo kung maririnig mo, Mr. Speaker and Professor, kung maririnig mo si kapatid na Muhammad Isa Arcega, especially when he recites the 99 names of Allah, you'll really be impressed, because very few, if ever there are any, who can recite that. Not even the Muslims can recite the 99 names of Allah. Anyway, if you read also an article that was written by our friend Bono Adasa on him, he seems to be very impressive, and he submitted actually a program to us, to the party. So there were two presidential aspirants who eventually filed their certificates of candidacy. Someone from Bicol, si Larry Andes, si Ginoong Hilario Andes, and Brother Muhammad Isa Arcega. But we had to follow the process of the party selection. And at that time, but we listened to him, and we studied and read the programs of government which they presented. So the recommendation we made to both of them as for the moment to join the party and then run as senators, because then they can be subject to substitutions if eventually we decide to have another presidential standard bearer. Kasi our presidential standard bearer is very clear on why he is now the one leading the party. Si Brother Faisal Mangundato, who happens to be also a Muslim, if I'm not mistaken, an imam, but very spiritual leader of the Muslims. That's why he represents the Muslim group in the Kapatiran Spiritual ng Pilipinas, spiritual government. And since he was the one who obtained the most number of votes for the party in the 2019 senatorial elections, having garnered 2 million, about 12,000 less than 2 million votes, he was installed by acclamation as the new president of the party. and as the presidential standard bearer. So that's one reason. The other reason is to use the word of the Americans, Mindanao is the battleground, a primary battleground in this election. So we have him as our player, you may say, as our standard bearer in the battle there in Mindanao. And third, if you will note, Mindanao is fractured now into at least 5 or 6 blocks. You have the block of the incumbent, you have the block of the former speaker who fell out of grace. You have the block of another presidential candidate. So if we name them, the block of the incumbent, the block of Alvarez, the former speaker, whom I think he is now giving that block as a support to Lacson, if I'm not mistaken. The block of Pacquiao, the block of the traditional Marcos base in Mindanao, which is the Ilocano Mindanao block. And then you have the block of those who go with popular personalities like Fernando Po, Grace Po, etc. So that's the reason why Isko wanted Grace to be his running mate. So you have the block of Isko in Mindanao. And who else? Well, what the block of the Liberal Party that was built there for Lenny, specifically of Hataman. So it will be a very tight race in Mindanao. And he who controls a command block in Mindanao can have leverage. That's one of our reasons why we... so it was not just as if we wanted him to, to commit what CJ Puno calls as political emulation, because that was what CJ told me. You're like a Buddhist protester. You are offering yourself as if you want to be emulated. Well, CJ Puno and I have our own discussion on that. And as he knows, I make my decisions primarily on spiritual considerations. Anyway, going back to our standard bearer, Faisal, that's it. So we are insisting that he has a right to have a seat around the big boys table, because the big boys table is a 50 billion peso big boys table. And if you compute if 50 billion really is what you need to not just make a decent run or have a chance of winning the presidency, that translates to about 3,000 per voter. Now, what we're saying, we have 2 million voters behind him. So he has 6 billion chips with him, and he has a right to sit around the big boys table. That is how we would like to present it. And this time, I think we will just have to open the Pandora box to our people. Yeah, see, I'm inviting my co-candidate, Vice President Bienvenido Lorte. Who are the interests behind the players around the big boys table? Because they're just the players. They're not really the bankers. They're not really the interest groups whose hands are not seen by the electorate. But they're the ones actually deciding or supporting. So, because whoever wins in that table will have to contend with those interests behind him. I mean, it's very obvious in what's going on right now. Yeah? So interest is what actually determines the playbook and the game plan of a candidate in the big boys table. And in a sense, that's one reason why, well, for one thing, we wanted CJ Puno to be our standard bearer, but that's his, he is best being a moral leader and an alternative political center. The event of another scenario that can happen in 2022. Ganun yun. So I think he commands a lot of respect from not just the legal circles, but from even the military establishment. So So wala nang no? Wala nang taguan dito. You just bring everything out to the open. How the game is played, how politics is played in this country. And for our people to decide, do they want to recover their power or not? Do they want to really be the sovereign power or not? Because if they don't, then they'll just have to go with the same, game over and over again. And if they think that there'll be a different result, it's going to be different. You have the newest presidential candidate right now. I mean, no, as you were saying earlier, you have to separate the persona from the office that she is seeking. But very early on, you have to see already who is packaging who. In other words, the one packaging the product usually determines how the market will respond, but not only how the market will respond, but who will benefit from the ringing of the cash registers as soon as the product is bought by the market. Yun, di ba? I was the one who actually packaged you. I was the one who actually capitalized on you. I was the one who did this. I was the one who did that. But the other very interesting thing, if I may just say this before I excuse myself for a few minutes, everybody wants now to undress from their original party. That shows you the original party system, the two faction, one party interest, one interest group, is gone. One candidate does not want to wear anymore the KBL shirt. The other candidate does not want to wear the LP shirt. Everybody wants to wear a new shirt. What we have been saying, a new collar for the same old dog. So which parties now are really presenting themselves as real alternative parties? Well, you have the party of Engineer Yorke, the Benito, KDP. I mean, I have respect for them with Butch Valdez as the founding elder in that, because I know the kind of history of his struggle also. And I would like to think our party is also another one, the Katipunan. And you have a lot of other small parties. But are we going to behave similarly with the old ones? As you can see, the old ones are not capable of leaving their personal interests and really coalescing with each other for this, in order to become a big vessel or vehicle, a bigger ship for our people, a bigger ark for our people to ride on. That is going to be one of the tests that we will have when it comes to small parties. In my experience in 2016, I was telling you, so-called non-traditional candidates like Among Ed of Pampanga, Grace Padaka of Isabela, Nikki Perlas of the environmental movement, JC De Los Reyes of the Catholic groups. No? We were really trying to convince them to amalgamate, to coalesce, just to have a decent run, so that the most popular among the four of them should just be the single candidate of these small groupings. No one wanted to give way. I was really surprised, no? Because I thought it's only the traditional politicians who were not capable of uniting, because what is most important is the personal rather than, or the ideological, rather than what the people need at the moment. What the people need at the moment is a common vehicle. Otherwise, they will continue to be fragmented, to be fractured. They will continue to be divided. Anyway, so the same thing, I tried to encourage you, si Brother Muhammad at saka si Brother Larry, as giving that as a formula. No? Sabi ko, at the end of the day, if what you were saying, kasi they were saying they have this number of people supporting them, the number of organizations, etc. Sabi ko, when they come out in the open and endorse you and really work, no, then you would have proven that you're the one who has the more support from our people. Then the party should really be able to reflect and revisit its stand. And if you will be the best person to carry the standard, then we will change. But we cannot do that unless they become party members, and we can substitute them by November 15. And November 15 also may really be too close. No? I think the way, ang dapat sana niyan, February ang start ng campaign, national campaign, February 8. By that time, each of the candidates should really be able to calibrate already whether what is it that they have concretely placed on the ground, what is it that they have been able to do in terms of awareness, or what we used to say before, Professor Hill, arouse, mobilize, organize. The awareness that we were able to propagate, the mobilization we've been able to make, and the organization that we've been able to put in place. Once that's done, then we can say, this is the guy that most of our people want to follow. And if he's the one who most of our people want to follow, yun na yun. Of course, I'm talking of the non-traditional political forces. The political forces of the traditional groups, what we can have with them is deals. That's why our strategy, and I'm opening it up because sabi ko nga, let's just blow this all up in the open. We consider the presidential table, the big boys table, as the trapo table. That is the table of realism that is governed by the rules of the political game at the moment. And that means deals. No? So, ibig sabihin deals dyan, if you are going to be the candidate whom we will give our votes to, the command votes of our party, what kind of political concession will you give to us? Knowing that our party cannot really elect the president. I mean, by that time, if we have already calibrated it that way, nothing different from how the Iglesia ni Cristo negotiates for its political space in our system. That's how it is. That is the table of realism. The vice presidential table is what they call the table of idealism. This is where philosophy, advocacy, ideals, and aspirations, the future is discussed. That is the table of the young, the table of the youth, to whom we would like to invite attention to the dreams, not to the nightmares of the present system, because that's what they're looking at the moment. The young people are looking at the moment, and therefore they are looking at a morality play, to use your word, Professor Hill, the holier than thou drama on the same stage. And that is a morally convoluted situation, and our young people will be misled by that. I mean, even debates like historical revisionism or historical deniabilism, etc., all of those will confuse even the intellect of our young people. No, let us attract their attention to the table of dreams, to the table of the future, to the table of their generation. That's the only thing we can do right now as a transition generation from the catalyst generation that we were in the time of the first quarter storm. This is our last hurrah, you may say that. And that's one of the reasons also why I decided. I would like to think that our good friend Bert has the same, no? That he has the same. No? That's the other guy who has a block in Mindanao. Remember Bert, when he was Secretary of Special Concerns, eventually National Security Advisor, Secretary of National Defense. The reason why he qualified for those positions is because of the kind of engineering he did in Mindanao. He is considered as responsible from breaking the tight hold of Miswari in Mindanao, dividing the MNLF and the MILF, and eventually making the MILF the dominant force in Mindanao. That is the thing that, and that is what made, I think that's one of the reasons why they have this quarrel between the incumbent and him. No? So if he decides to put his hat in the ring decides to fight, he may be expecting that. And remember, Bert is based also in Davao and other areas in Mindanao. And Mindanao, in a sense, is the future of this country. It is the land of promise, has been said. So that is why. By the way, Mr. Speaker, if I may ask, from which part of the country do you come from?
You start addressing me. I am now the acting speaker because the
You're
speaker
the
is
acting.
coming to leave because he's now your co-candidate as BP.
Anyway, and pardon me, because I'm just like this energy battery that when you wind me up, I cannot stop talking. So I think you should be
You're
Professor
talking about
Hill.
yes. You're talking about the
Yeah.
background of Jen Lorque. He's from the Ilonggo area.
Okay. Yeah.
Ako pala tinatanong.
Sorry. Yeah, but
Sa
Mr.
Kabatuan
Speaker,
Kabatuan ni Lilo, where the international airport is now located.
that you have
The
you-
place
you-
of Senator Tomas Confisor.
right. Okay, and Engineer, bien, my compatriot candidate. Iloilo also has invested in Mindanao. You remember the time you are among those feared in that island.
Mm-mm.
Basta ano yan. So
Ito ang kapatid ng mother ko sa Mindanao. Ito sila.
okay. See,
Mother
that's
ko
how
lang sa isang kapatid na iwan sa Lilo. Lahat sila doon na pito nagpunta ng Mindanao. At maganda ngayon ang progress na doon kasi other than nag-professional sila, malalawak ang lupain. Pag sinabi mo na dalawang 50, 100 hektarya yun. So bawat isang 50 hektaryas, lang sabi ko nga, anong tanim doon? Wala naman tanim. Mabuti ngayon, tinaniman lang ng mga saging, kaya may tanim na.
that's great. So yeah, that's how it is. My own family also migrated there. One of the police commissioners at the moment who carries my surname also is doon na sila. The wife of the former Secretary of National Defense, si Nonong Cruz, actually is also a Serapio Protasio. So I know there were a lot of our family who migrated also in Mindanao. But ano yan iba talaga, what we're describing is the politics now in Mindanao. And there was a time when Mindanao could not really elect a president, diba? The Visayas with Garcia from Bohol was able to elect. Of course, the Osmeñas of Cebu and the rest, and the others are from Luzon. But the winds of politics in our country have really been shifting. And
Now, let us identify ourselves to some new people here. This is the 1899 Parliament, and we are reviving the spirit of the 1899 Constitution. And we are an advocacy group for a shift of the country to parliamentary government, wherein we have transparency with a weekly question hour in Parliament, wherein power questions power because the persons asking questions are also elected peers of the sitting Prime Minister. So when power questions power, it's difficult to lie. But when the President is just having a press conference, it's easy to manipulate reporters who don't know anything from Adam by just maybe bamboozling them with questions or outright threatening them. So I'm making this station identification, so to speak, so that people who would just be logging in right now would have an idea of what we are about. And if you came in while Attorney Charlie Serapio was speaking, he was talking about the politics of the country, and he was talking about the advocacy that they have regarding what he called the table of dreams, which is the vice presidency. That's why he, together with Benvenido Lorque, who is also part of our movement here, are running for the vice presidential office. But in a sense, they are really cooperators rather than rivals, because they will be talking about the advocacies that we have right now based on the current situation, thinking about winning a seat in the way the game is played right now, actual position of vice president or president, is maybe not something that we can plan on. But we can plan on a process of articulating the things that we believe in, the things that we support, our advocacies, and perhaps reach more people to discuss these things and to bring the picture of the vision that we have for the country, not only for the present situation, but also to the future generations that are to come. So right now, we are just shooting the breeze here, and we're talking about mga dapat nating pag-usapan sa mga listahan ng kandidatong lumabas noong nakarang linggo, nung oras ng listahan ng kandidato. Sabi nga ni Bian Lorque, meron tayong 97 kandidato gustong mag-presidente. Tapos meron tayong 27 gustong mag-vice president. Tapos meron tayong 190 na gustong mag-president.
117.
170. Sa party list ata, mahigit 200 ang nag-file. Ngayon naman, sa mga party list, doon tayo medyo may pag-asang mananalo yung mga kaibigan natin na lumalahok. Ang alam ko, yung si Joey Lina lumahok sa party list bilang principal nominee ng Comadrona. Yung mga asosasyon ng mga midwives sa buong Pilipinas. So kung manalo yung Comadrona, meron tayong isang potential party list congressman in the person na sympathetic sa ating mga point of view sa kay Joey Lina sa darating na kongreso. Nandiyan din naman ang pamilya na ngayon ang bagong party list ng mga El Shaddai. Ang number 1 nominee ay si anak ni Mike Velarde, at ang number 2 nominee ay kasama natin si Congressman Villarama. So kung magkaroon sila ng maraming boto at makaupo ang dalawang congressman doon, meron tayong 3 na congressman magbibilang ng mga alyansa na pwedeng maging koalisyon pag tayo ay mapunta sa sinasabi nating parliamentary setup. Kasi yan ang gusto nating gawin ngayon. Hubaran itong sistema ng presidential system. Halimbawa, pag-usapan na si Isko, ang nagpopondo kay Isko ay si ABS-CBN at ang si Razon. Okay? At balita ko si GMA din. Si GMA ngayon 3 kabayo. Nagbigay ng pera ata sa kay Isko, nagbigay ng pera kay Lacson, at iniinganyo rin niya na si Sara ay tumakbo. Okay? So, pero later on, ang gagawin niyan ay depende sa kung sinong malakas na lalabas, kasara lang ang gripo ng mga oligarkong panig kay Gloria. Halimbawa, si Isko ay medyo nasa mababang number 2, number 3, sasara lang ang gripo, wala na yan si Isko. Si Lacson, and pag maubos ng perang bigay ni Gokong Wei, oligarko rin, saka ihinto rin ang gripo ni Gloria, wala na rin, magpe-fade out na yan si Lacson. Ngayon, si Sara, kasi si Bato, pumasok na, si Bato, siya ang pinaka 97 kandidato. Pero yung suot niyang shirt, hugpong pagbabago, tapos ang jacket niyang pula, ay PDP laban. So kita ka agad dun sa kanyang pag-file pa lang, na ito na, hinahanda ko to para kay Sara. So ngayon, meron pang mga hanggang November 15 na magbago ng isip si Sara. Pero sa ngayon, kung isipin mo, yung mga gusto kay Sara, yung mga gustong maging presidente si Sara, ay dahil sa ang tingin nila si Sara ay susunod at gagawin ng mga ginawa ng presidente. Na parang reflection ng popularity ng presidente. Pero tulad ng binanggit ko na sa isa kong posting, noong December of 2019, nag-survey po yung survey firm ko, yung survey ng bayan, ng popularidad ng mga gustong kumandidato. Kasama doon sa survey si Lacson, si Dick Gordon, si Isko Moreno, si Pacquiao, si Sara, si Bongbong. At saka meron pang iba, pero hindi naman sila lumutang sa survey. Noong December 2019, ang lumutang sa survey ng gusto ay si Sara, no? Overall, sa lahat ng region, siya ay nag-number 1, except sa Ilocos region. Ang number 1 doon ay si Bongbong Marcos. Ngayon, sa lahat ng mga ibang region, nagna-number 2, number 3 ang ranggo ni Marcos. Pero ang iba, malalayo. Si Isko ng panahon na yun ay nasa 10% lang. Si Pacquiao ay nasa 5% lang. Okay, pero mababa sila. Talagang naglalaban noon pa nga, noong 2019. Pinaka-maigpit ng labanan. Hanggang ngayon ay sinusunod pa rin yung labanan ni Isko at saka labanan ni Bongbong at saka ni Sara. Noong panahon yun, I want to greet first Senator Tatad for joining us. Thank you very much. And I'm just finishing my explanation of my view of this polling that is happening right now and the way that it's reserved a seat for Sara. As reserved a seat for Sara in the presidential race. So I said that in my survey of 2019, Sara was topping it, but Bongbong was topping it in the Ilocos region. But overall, Sara was 34%. Sara had 34% in terms of the ranking, but only at the time, since we can say that the reflection of the popularity of Sara comes from the popularity of Digong. At that time, during 2019, what is the noise? Where's that noise coming from?
Oh, wala.
Okay, I'm saying that during that time, 2019, the polling numbers of Digong was, I think, around 87%. So today, this year of 2021, the numbers of Sara was 28% in January. But 2 weeks ago, her numbers went down to 20%. So if we extrapolate the ratio of popularity of Digong to the popularity of Sara now as a preference for presidential candidacy, the actual approval of Digong would have gone down to 51%. You must remember that when ERAP was subjected to a coup d'etat in 2001, his popularity rating was 60%. Now, the extrapolated estimated level of Digong's popularity is only 51%. And so things can be happening between now and then, because right now, the sitting vice president, Lenny, has contested for the presidency. And if anything happens to Digong during this period, from now to the coming elections, Lenny will become a sitting incumbent running for president, because he will have to take over the presidency. So I'm just making you aware of that fact. So these kind of things are factors you have to consider as we discuss these things. So since I am acting speaker, I would like to give the floor now to Senator Tatad because he said that he would make his views known after the list of candidates already appear on October 8th. And now it is October 9, so maybe we should hear now from Senator Tatad.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
you
we
hear
can hear
me?
you. Yes.
Well, good morning to everyone. Well, I was looking at the listing of those who had filed for president and vice president. And sad to say, I do not find much encouragement in what I have seen. Most of the candidates are self-nominated. They are not the product of a party consensus supported by any number of supporters. The influence of the dynasties are still there. But the presence of the party as such, which to me is a condition sine qua non for the running of a good government. This is what I think we are all looking for right now. The presence of the party is not there. For instance, Vice President Robredo is chairman of the Liberal Party. And I think the vice presidential nominee, Kiko Pangilinan, is president of the Liberal Party. But they filed as independents. Hindi ko maintindihan niya. Napakahirap intindihin niya. Lacson filed for president. What party does he represent?
Reforma.
Reforma. His vice president, Tito Soto, represents the NPC. So there's no unity. Bongbong filed for a Partido Federal party. It's a new party, and nobody has heard about that unless it had something to do with Kabangbang's federal party before, no? And yet, there is a filer, a presidential filer by the name of Jimmy Torres, who filed for KBL, the party of President Ferdinand Marcos. And there are two Marcoses whose names we are reading for the first time who have filed for president. Well, PDP has the Pacquiao wing with Pacquiao as presidential nominee and Lito Atienza as vice presidential nominee. At least they're together, no? But PDP, which used to be a Volkswagen-sized political party, has another wing called the Kusi wing, and it has Senator Bongo as vice presidential candidate without a presidential candidate.
Bato has filed.
No, Bato has filed for president.
He was the 97th registrant yesterday.
Yeah, Bato has filed, but is he the PDP
Yes, he's the
candidate?
PDP. Yes,
So he and Bongo are together.
yes, it is. It's called Bago. Now, if
Bago.
President Ong contested, it will become Bago Ong.
Bago, Bagoong. Okay. So Bato is now going to use the achievements of Operation Tokhang as his political platform for the presidency. I don't understand that. No? You have, well, Charlie Serapio at least has his own, he filed for vice president. He was your guest resource speaker in the last session of Congress 11. He has a presidential candidate from Mindanao. We don't know him too much. Mangundato, Faisal Mangundato, I don't know who he is. I'm reading his name for the first time. So what else am I missing here? Butch Valdez, a good friend of ours, has filed for president. His vice president is a name I'm also reading for the first time, but at least they belong to one political party. Isko Moreno and Dr. Ong belong to one political party. So those who represent political parties are exceptions to the rule in this present listing.
Mr. Senator, the Vice President of Butch Valdez is our Speaker, Bienvenido Lorque.
I beg your pardon?
The
I beg your
Vice
pardon?
President of Butch Valdez for KDP is Bienvenido Lorque.
Yes, I read that name. This is the first time I'm reading his name. I'm sorry
Yeah,
to say.
he is here. He has been our speaker during our sessions, right?
I missed that one. So this is my situation. So to me, we are not exactly looking for a new president. The nation is in search of itself. This is the real search today. We are not looking for someone who will become president. You list down all the major problems that need to be addressed. You have the national debt, over 13 trillion, over 11 trillion. You have the massive unemployment, massive poverty, and of course, the corruption is there. The massive corruption is there. And nobody, no political party has advanced anything to tell us that there is hope for the country. We are now invited to look at personalities in the same manner that we have been doing so for so many years. I've heard it said in this forum that we have been doing the same thing over and over again, but we are crazy enough to expect a different result each time. So that is where I am right now. I omitted my friend Bert Gonzalez. No, Bert Gonzalez of the DSP is also running for president, but doesn't have a vice presidential candidate. It does not have a senatorial lineup. Now, if we are serious about replacing the existing government, we should at least have a party that has a full lineup. There's an attempt to present an alternative government, not just an alternative head to the existing. So, malaki pa rin ang problema ko, Dr. Ramos. I can stop there now and probably continue later.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Senator Tatad. Now, I was mentioning to you that the Vice President of Butch Valdez is our Speaker, Bien Lorque, who is now on leave because he is now running as Vice President together with Charlie Serapio. I was saying that these candidacies of theirs are essentially just a way to articulate their advocacies. Right now, they are nowhere near that goal which you have reiterated and emphasized, which is to provide an alternative set of governors in our present governance. The point that we have right now, as I have described, is that this is our polity is an occupied territory, occupied by oligarchs who controls the process of elections, who controls our economy, and it controls the way we are proceeding with our governance. I have likened it to a broken car whose steering wheel could not be steered and fixed only in one direction, the interest of the oligarchic rent seekers. No brakes for corruption. The anti-lock brakes doesn't work, and that which could have existed if we had a parliamentary system with the question hour, weekly breaking system of any possible larcenous grand plans for corruption. So what we have right now is a process wherein ang mga maliliit na kandidatura are all saling pusa. They're hoping that they're able to talk, they're able to be able to articulate the advocacy, and somehow, somewhere, at a certain point in the future, their messages will carry over. The hopeful things that we have right now, as I've described, are some realistic candidacies in the party list, which can lead towards somebody sitting in Congress that may be sort of sympathetic to our advocacies. Like I pointed to the Ang Pamilya party list, which filed with Mike Velarde as the son of Mike Velarde as #1 nominee, and #2 nominee is Willie Villarama. I also pointed to the Comadrona party list, wherein the #1 nominee is Joey Rina, your former colleague in the Senate. And also there are some other party lists that are maybe thinking of being able to sit in the Congress and who may be sympathetic to our advocacy of shifting to Parliament. So what can be done, as suggested by Attorney Charlie Serapio, is just expose the rottenness of this system through these candidacies of people who are with us for the vice presidency and for the presidency. For instance, expose the fact that Isko Moreno is funded by the ABS-CBN and also by Razon. Expose the fact that GMA is funding 3 candidacies and she will just stop the Spigot through her oligarchs when the time comes to facilitate the emergence of a dominant candidate. And also expose the, like Lacson is openly, he doesn't hide it, he's supported by Gokong Wei, who is one also of the power oligarchs in the country. And those oligarchs we are talking about are those that are monopolizing what should be natural monopolies, which should be controlled by the government, which are power, electricity, and water utilities. So we have this situation wherein the candidates for senators, if you will go to a list of them, most of them may be the oligarchs themselves, like the son of the Villars, no? Manny Villar and Cynthia Villar, running for senator. So we will have now a mother and son tandem again, similar to the situation that we had during Arab's time, wherein the mother of Jinggoy with him sat in the Senate. So we have a situation wherein power is monopolized by the elite, by the oligarchic group, and the process of selecting the candidacies, selecting the candidate as a self-selection in the process of getting to run for office is there. And there is no party consensus, there is no party structure to talk about, there is no party system in reality, because we are treated to this comedy wherein somebody who wants to run for president just suddenly becomes the chairman of a party where he is not a member and becomes the person running for office as the head of the party and president of the presidential candidate of the party. That's the case of Bongbong Marcos, that's the case of Isko Moreno, that's the case also of Lacson, who was just a recent inductee in Reforma. So the only thing that is of a sense that I see from the suggestion was the suggestion of Charlie Serapio, that we just expose the rottenness of these candidacies and expose the main players who have their puppets sitting at the presidential campaign table. Sino ba ang backer nitong presidenteng ito? Edi sabihin natin. At saka sabi nga ni Charlie, kung ang tao ay hindi pa rin gusto pa rin nila dahil sa nasanay na sila na meron silang budget para bumoto tuwing election. We just have to continue saying the same thing all over again para baka sakaling matauhan yung ating sambayanan. So what do you think of that approach, Senator? I want to welcome Melchor Magdamo. He's here. He just came in. We were talking about these things, but then I was just asking Senator Tatad what is his reaction to this plan of Vice Presidential candidate Charlie Serapio.
Well, it will be helpful for a group like yours to be able to expose all the rottenness, as you put it, in the electoral process. Pero siguro, you have to enlarge the plan a little bit. You should be able to demand that candidates running for national office should at least attain a certain percentage of the electoral votes. Short of that, they should be disqualified from holding office even if they are supposed to have won. Of course, there is no formal process of doing this, but this can be raised as an issue, as a proposal from the people, no? Okay, because of the rottenness existing in the process, and we cannot stop these people from running, we will want the real winners in this election to attain a certain number of votes. Short of that, we will not recognize them as winners. This can be adopted as a political position of this group. In the meantime, I think a real movement for constitutional change should now be initiated from the ground.
Okay, Mr. Serapio, Atty. Serapio, you recognize? Any reaction?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to give some comments to what was shared to us by my good friend, Senator Tatad. Well, I think in the last session, I shared with this group the process that our political party, the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, followed in choosing its candidates for this coming election. And I showed you the National Convention, which was even keynoted by the former Chief Justice, Reynato Puno. So the candidacy of Paisal Maundato, Brother Paisal Maundato, and your truly went through a process, a party process. And our political party, which was established in 2015, as I also shared with this body last time, participated in 2016. It floated a candidate, again, also from Mindanao, the son of the late Ambassador Sanchez Ali. And he obtained about 700,000 votes. Then in 2019, we fielded the full senatorial slate, but the Commission on Election decided to treat them as independent in a twisted logic that they cannot use the very reason or the party, which is the machinery that made them bona fide candidates to run for national office, since it is the proof that we can conduct a national campaign. Nonetheless, our candidates cumulatively obtained 7 million votes. So from 700,000 to 7 million. And the one who obtained the most number of votes is Brother Paisal Maundato, who obtained close to about 2 million votes. And he was in the middle of all those who ran for senators, about 70 of them. So I think he was on the 33rd or spot. And what we're saying now is, as a result of that, he has 2 million voters behind him who want already to divorce themselves from the present system. They represent an aspiration for change. and that made him qualified to be our not just the president of the party when he was installed in the convention by acclamation and by consensus and acclamation, and also now as a standard bearer. And this is where I'd like to qualify what the speakers interpreted as my position. I said we have a strategy. The party has a strategy. We treated the presidential contest as the table of realism, meaning the table governed by the rules of present traditional politics, which ever since has been described as one that is dominated by guns, goons, and golds, except that now they are expressed in some other forms. I mean, the goons are expressed in another form. The gold is expressed in another form. And the guns are also expressed in another form, but still very much the same as the controlling factors if you want to play the game according to the rules there. So why are we insisting that our standard bearer deserves a seat around that table of realism, as we call it? Because he has 2 million votes with him. 2 million votes which were given to him without really spending, because if you look at his statement of expenses in the last election, together with that of the party, it didn't even amount to about 500,000 pesos. So we will assume that the 2 million votes were given to him as real support. So this is the interest block that is behind him as he plays the game in the seat, of the big boys. And in the big boys, you have players also. And as you correctly pointed out, the players have interest blocks behind them. It may be the interest block of the casino, the interest block of other business interest, the business the interest, etc. And that is what we're saying. We should educate our people. I would not want to use the word expose the rottenness of the system, because we have to remember that you can be disqualified in this game if you put the election process in disrepute. No, we are simply describing that the game is played according to these rules at the moment. We'll just have to accept that as part of the realities. Now, if you want to change the realities, then you must have your own strategy on how to do that. And that is what we're doing. Our player is in the big boys table because we're ready to play according to the rules of traditional politics. Does Pacquiao want to talk to us? Does anybody want to talk to us? Because if we can show that we have a big command votes in the battleground of Mindanao, because as I told you, the Mindanao is fractured now into no less than 7 segments. The incumbents voting block, the fallen speakers voting block, which I think is giving to one of the candidates, the voting block of someone who comes from the Sarangani area, the voting block even of our good friend, PDSP candidate, because he was very much involved in the how MILF got divided, how MNLF got divided, etc. So you would imagine he has his own power block in that area. The block also of the popularity, which goes with popular personas like Fernando Po and the rest, and therefore if that is transferable, then that goes to another popular candidate. So 7 blocks. And it's going to be a tight competition in that battleground. Now, we have a command vote there represented by our standard bearer, Faisal Mangdato. And if you look at the 2 million votes that he got, most of this came from Mindanao. And being a spiritual leader there, he really has that command with this spiritual group. So we're willing to talk, because that is the name of the game as far as traditional politics is concerned. Walang iniwan yan sa nakaupo ka rito. Huwag mo na lang ipusta yung puhunan mo. Isama mo na lang sa akin, bumakas ka na lang sa akin. Okay, kung babakas ako sa iyo, paano ang ating usapan? Because that is the essence also of politics, concessions, quid pro quo, scratch your back, scratch my jaw, horse trading, etc. That is, it may not sound too idealistic, but we're saying we're playing it according to the playbook of the game at the moment. And we're just strategizing. And that's part of what we're exposing and what we're telling people. Okay, this player has this interest block behind him. This player has this interest block behind him. Now, which player do you want to be your player so that when he wins, your interest is going to be priority? As of now, you're really not down the totem pole. That's what that is how the game is played for now. Now, what about the table of idealism? That's what I'm saying. The table of idealism is the vice presidential table as we have designed it. That is where we discuss philosophy, advocacy, ideals, aspirations, the future, the vision. And with all due respect to my good friend, Senator Tatad, we are a party that has a complete plan that is enshrined in the Puno Bayanihan Constitution. In other words, we were, to a certain extent, part in the crafting of that. Members of our party were part of the technical working group. They were the ones who did the research. They were the ones, etc. Well, we were there. No? So, in other words, even my own son was just a clerk in that commission, but still, we were part in the crafting of that. We have a complete vision for the country as enshrined in a completely drafted or crafted constitution. But before you can get to that point, and we're not saying that is cast in stone, we have to fight for the calling of a constitutional convention, as he correctly mentioned. That is part of the advocacy of the table of idealism. What we are calling on the youth is to say, instead of you watching the same drama on the stage of the cattle calling the pot black, the black horse waiting for a white knight, and people throwing mud at each other to the point that it brings you to desperation. Well, we want the young people to look at the ideals, the aspirations, and the vision that we're trying to say, this is the future that we want for you. But for that future to happen, we have to restore power back to the people. And how do we do that? How do we restore power back to the people? Precisely through processes like elections. And this election, as I told you, will be a combination of 1986 and 1992, and you can even put it all the way to 2004. Scenarios can unfold, which may be different. What happened in 86? It was a failed process, led to a revolutionary situation, revolutionary government, the establishment of a freedom constitution, and from freedom constitution, the restoration, unfortunately, of the oligarchic democracy that we are supposed to have in the 1987 Constitution. But that 87 Constitution provided for something which was born out of the lessons of the past, and that is the constitutional protectorate provision in the 87 Constitution. In 1992, you have a plurality president, as Senator Tatad was saying, a president who garnered only, say, 23% of the vote. But why did that president succeed and not have the same kind of a problem in 86, where the results of the elections were not recognized and people came on the streets, except that it's only in Imperial Manila, and as a result of the perception that that candidate was really the one who won, we had regime change. But not so in 1992, because the candidate happens to have the machinery of the police and the military establishment behind him. And then from there, he recognized his need to have a popular base of support. Hence was born the so-called Rainbow Coalition in Congress. But nonetheless, still, because the whole vision was incomplete, he just succeeded in giving us a stable, secure government for 6 years. But when we were prodding him to call for a constitutional convention through the PIRMA initiative, if you know it, well, he was more concerned with what the international community would say. In other words, that instead of the president who was responsible for a peaceful transfer of power to the most popular candidate at that time, he he decided to revise the constitution, to have constitutional change in order for him to have a perpetuation or continuity of his presidency. He didn't want that. So he didn't want to be the one to be said that, somehow he did not follow the democratic process. And then his ally also went to the streets. So the ally went to the streets, and this is where we are right now, because that somehow he didn't see the need that early. In the last administration, even before this administration, we were also pushing for the same thing, constitutional change, through a constitutional convention, because that is the forum of the people. But since the institutions are not responding, Congress is not responding, the presidency is not responding, even the judiciary did not respond, because when they considered PIRMA as violative of the process that was supposed to be the one that should be followed, then all organs of the present government were simply not responding to the clamor of the people. And the people, therefore, must be the one to be able to recover and to restore power back to them. And election is a platform. That's what we are saying. We are not putting this process into disrepute. I want to put that on record. But we are saying the process has to change. We are not, our goals are set already. We are clear on our goals. But what we are not clear on is how do we struggle for power? How do we make our people fight for the power, for their sovereign power to be restored back to them? What you need is leadership. Leadership is what we are saying.
What we are all trying to solve here, how do we get to restore the power to the people? And
you provide them a
note,
vehicle. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. But as I was saying earlier, you restore that by providing them a vessel, by providing them an ark. And that's where my good friend, Senator Tatad, is right on the money and hitting the head of the nail. You need a party, a political party, because in a political competition for power, you need a party that is united by a vision, that is united by a strategy, and that is also united with discipline. So you need that, and that is what we're trying to do with the Katipunan. We are trying to be that ark. We are trying to be that ship of state. Is our vehicle just a Volkswagen? It may not even be just a Volkswagen. It may be a tricycle. It may just be a carretela, etc. But that is what we've been doing. We've been involved in the organization of Laban. We were involved in the organization of PDP. We were involved in the organization of other third force political parties. But as soon as we level of development, we want to become so big immediately, we now negotiate, or we allow ourselves to acquiesce and be co-opted by the bigger parties. That's what happened with PDP Laban. When they decided to go with the traditional political leaders, that's also the reason why Bert and I separated ways, no? Because our agreement at the time was we were building our own political party. I mean, I can expose it at this time. That was also the agreement we had with the late Danding Kuhangko. May he rest in peace. Well, we facilitated somehow, and that's what I'm saying. We can expose all of this stuff. We facilitated his return to the country on that note that he was going to precisely be building a new political party. He was going to be the sponsor of that. He did. He built the NPC, but he just got the children of the old oligarchic or dynastic families. The offer to me was I handle the whole of Bulacan, because anyway I come from a political the half brother of my father was governor for 18 years of Bulacan. But I told, with all due respect, and I have the highest respect because of how I came to know the man, no, I told, sir, that's not the agreement. The agreement is we will build a new political party with our political workers taking the lead there. We were already ready with he did that, but somehow it didn't work. So what we're saying now is we are saying the same thing, because you have people from the so-called, to use the language of the left, the national bourgeois, no, who are very patriotic. I mean, who want real change also, because they know at the end of the day, all of us are in the precipice. All of us at the end of the day can really see this country just explode and be atomized, and all of us will be affected. Sabi nga nung si, if you know him, Emmanuel Yap, may rest in peace, when he was the advisor of Secretary Shahani, when she was foreign affairs, they just came from Vladivostok. Sabi niya, you know, unless we see our interest very clearly in the light, we will just end up, sabi nga niya, even the local Chinese, their problem is not the problem between or among themselves. Their problem is the foreign one who is just too big that they will just be eaten. We have to understand how to fight for our own power. We cannot keep on lamenting, and we cannot keep on intellectualizing. We have to have that struggle. And the first thing that is we are facing at the moment is, will our generation be capable of prescinding from what the old generation was not able to do? Division. Because we ourselves, ang liit na nga natin, atomized pa rin tayo. Ang tanong, kaya ba natin magkaisa? Because of a very love of God, because of that spirit of love of God and love of country, as expressed concretely in what we have been able to develop for this so many years. Yun lang kailangan nating tanungin sa sarili natin. Si Bert nandyan, si Speaker Alporto nandyan, ako nandyan, the others are nandyan. What are we bringing to the table? Are we willing to tell each one and be open to it? Ano meron ka? Are you bringing money to the table? Are you bringing people to the table? Are you bringing both to the table? Are you bringing your intellect, your talent to the table? Are you bringing your set of information? What are you? And then, can we really put all of these things together so that it becomes a force that will be a gravitas for our people to follow? Paano tayo susundan ng mga tao kung hindi tayo maliwanag? So, ano sasabihin natin sa kanila? At hindi tayo maliwanag kung ano yung gusto nating sasakyan na kanilang gagamitin para makarating sila doon sa hangarin na sinasabi natin maging hangarin nila. Hindi pwedeng puro drawing ang ating pangarap para sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi pwedeng puro drawing yon. Sabihin lang natin, ngayon kung matapos natin ma-drawing sa kanila ang pangarap natin, maipakita natin, handa natin paglaban yung pangarap natin, tindigan natin yan. Ialay natin, hindi lang ating talino, hindi lang ating yaman, kundi pati ang ating buhay. Siguro naman ang kasaysayan ay magiging na sa atin, magiging mabuti na sa atin na ito yung mga tao na naghangad. No? Naaalala hanggang ngayon si Mang Lapus. Ba't natin naaalala hanggang ngayon si Recto? Ba't natin wag na yung dalawang iyon dahil talaga pero ba't natin naaalala hanggang ngayon si Rizal? Naaalala natin yung mga ama ng ating bansa na nagtatag nito. Yun lang yun. Kaya ba natin? Kaya natin limutin ang sarili natin para nang sa gayon ay tayo ay magkaroon ng iisang bangka, ng iisang arko na ating hihikayatin ng ating mga kababayan. Dito na tayo sumakay because this is the ark of survival for our country. But lamentations, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I think we should go beyond that. Our generation from what I call as the catalyst generation is given this last chance to be the transition generation. What is it that we are offering to the new generations and the successor generation? We have to be very clear on what we are offering them. And we have to be very clear that we are ready to fight for what we are saying we are offering them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Senator, for your comments on what we
Mr. Speaker,
before I give the floor back to Senator Tatad to react to what you said, I'm giving Atty. Melchor Magdamo a chance to, as a panel speaker, also to give his thoughts about the past week's listing of candidates that happened in the COMELEC site at Sofitel.
Mr.
Atty.
Speaker.
Magdamo, you have the floor.
Just a quick reaction, Mr. Speaker. Sunny Domingo here on Charlie. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just a
Sige po,
quick
Speaker.
reaction on
Paunahin niyo
Charlie.
na siya po.
Yeah, just a quick reaction to Charlie first. I agree with all that Charlie said. I hope you can proceed in the future on the basis of getting our platform together. Otherwise, we will be limiting our kahirapan sa Pilipinas. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Miss Attorney Magdamo, go ahead.
Regarding I will connect it with what Senator Tatad is saying about having very many candidates, and the winner will be a winner by plurality only instead of by majority. And it will also make cheating easier for Smartmatic. However, if we make a fearless forecast to next year, since there are very many candidates, and since Smartmatic is the one counting our votes, and Smartmatic is very incredible, you know. The warning that you saw written a few days ago by Senator Enrile may turn out to be true. He wrote something which is looks strange, no? But I think it's a warning that's worth listening to. You remember the posting of Enrile about magkagulo?
Yeah.
Because well, I don't know. I'll just make use of this opportunity because I'm also deep into many other electoral activities. Like, for example, Comelec finally said yes to using the digital signature. I'll be a little bit technical. Explain ko na lang mamaya, no? Digital signature is like a password. It's given to the teachers. The teachers have a right to use their passwords to vote for or against the election results in a particular precinct. According to Comelec, finally they will obey the law and give teachers that right. But Comelec did not give teachers the right to change the password. Because, for example, if you, as a banker, you are given an ATM card, automatic teller machine, you have the right to change your PIN, personal identification number. If the teachers are deprived of the right to change their password, they can do a digital walkout next year if the election turns out to be very incredible. It's similar to the 1986 walkout, a digital walkout. This time it will be national in scope. Kung nagkagulo talaga at nagkagulo, no, and the political temperature goes very high, there can be a political vacuum at exactly 12 noon next year, June 30 next year, mid-noon. Because that is the transition point between the incumbent batch to the next batch. And pag nagkagulo next year, in that precise movement, 12 noon of June 30, year 2022, that 1 second is the political vacuum. And in that split second, when there's a political vacuum, that may be the moment we can what you call this, dehibernate. Anyway, masyado malalim pa daw. Ano muna, yung reaction ko pinost ko naman sa ano, no, dito sa chat group. Regarding to Senator Tatad, I'll read it na lang, no? Question to Senator Tatad. In his capacity as convener of the NTC, National Transformation Council, are you willing to consider using the living 1899 original sovereign constitution as vehicle for transforming our nation? That's one question. Another question na pinost ko sa chat group, reaction to Attorney Caloy Serapio. Kamalayan is one of the letter K of your party. Are you willing to consider waking up to the truth or Kamalayan? And one of that Kamalayan is the truth that the original 1899 sovereign constitution is still alive until today. And in fact, you can use that constitution as a vehicle for achieving your CONCON. Use that 1899, go to CONCON, and in that CONCON, launch your Bayanihan Constitution. That's one of the vehicles. He can continue with that Kamalayan party to make political noise, increase the political temperature. And kung nagkagulo itong warning ni Senator Enrile, his prophecy about what will happen next year, kung nagkatotoo yun at nagkagulo, then we can use this 1899 Constitution as a vehicle for resetting, the hibernating, going back to the original. Yun lang po, baka hindi ko lang alam kung nakaka-follow yung ano natin, no, yung mga kasama natin dito, no. But I agree with the comments of Sunny Domingo and Atty. Serapio na mag-ingay tayo. Use this coming elections now, which is a rotten election actually. I will not believe the outcome of this election next year. Whoever wins, kalokohan yan. Because Smartmatic ang nagbibilang ng boto. Ngayon, once na uminit yung political temperature na napakainit na at gulong-gulo na, then we need this 1899 Constitution as a savior actually to save us from the chaos next year. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Magdamo. Now, for the first question, I will give the floor to Senator Tatad to answer that.
Well, first I'd like to react to Charlie Serapio.
Okay, go ahead.
I hope Charlie is not wasting his eloquence on this Congress, but he has so much to say on everything, no? It's not easy to follow. But I think we are both in agreement that central to any effort to organize a government is the need for the political parties to exercise a role. Without the political parties, it becomes a contest of personalities over and over again. And that's what we should try to avoid. You know, listening to Charlie today, I am tempted to ask, was there perhaps a mistake in his filing for vice president instead of president of his party, instead of president on behalf of this party, and his colleague taking the other slot? Siguro dapat ganoon. Now, he believes that the incoming election will become a vehicle for broadcasting various ideas to the population. How, in fact, this is going to come about? In the presidential debates that we have seen, we saw the candidates seated in a common place with some people from the media asking not always very intelligent questions. That's why in the 2016 debates, for instance, there was a question addressed to President Duterte about what happens if the Philippines wins the case in the arbitration, and his answer was, well, he'd take a water ski to the nearest island and plant the Philippine flag and the Philippine document. And everyone took his word for it. It is obvious.
What happened? I think you lost audio, Senator Tatad. You cannot hear you now. Well, while we are waiting for Senator Tatad to get back online, he doesn't seem to be connected right now.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Lorque.
so while we are waiting for Senator Tatad, I would like to react on what he said about me. That that I filed my certificate for candidacy, but I was not known to him. Now, I think Senator Tatad forget that in 2016, when they proposed maritime school in Mindanao, and they have to branch the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy. He forget that I was the one arguing, I was the one opposing him, that it is not good to put up maritime school, Philippine Maritime Academy, Merchant Academy in Mindanao, because the International Maritime Organization had already found out a lot of deficiency here in Manila. How much more if you have to put up maritime school in Mindanao? So they were the Secretary Bacani, but I opposed with that, and I told Congressman Manalo, stop thinking putting up maritime school in Mindanao, because this is a big problem for the seafarers. You who are making laws does not know what the seafarers are doing on board ship. So
I think Mr. Benjamin Lorque and Senator Tatad did not hear the early part of your statement.
okay, let Senator Tatad finish what he wants to say.
No, you did not. He was not able to hear what you were saying. So let us go back to Senator Tatad, and later you can go and say the same thing again.
But I think
Senator Tatad, you're
yes,
recognized.
a question from Attorney Magdamo to be answered. I will
Yes,
wait.
Senator Tatad, go ahead.
Well, I am in favor of a constitutional convention made up of delegates duly elected by the people. This was what I expected Cory Aquino to do in 1987 after the Freedom Constitution. Her government was a product of people power, but she did not have the confidence to ask the people to choose their delegates to write a constitution. So she handpicked her own people to write the constitution. We are all supportive of this constitution now, but it is on record that I went around with Senator Ponce Enrile to oppose the ratification of the constitution. But once it was ratified, I had to support it, as I do support it until now. But if we have to have a new constitution, I want it to be the work of the Filipino people. The 89, we can use all the past constitutions as a basis for the work of the new constitutional convention. But I'd like to point out that I don't believe there is a single Filipino living today who was alive in 1899 when the Malolos Constitution was adopted. And of course, we have to refer to history. The Constitution was written by one scholar, not an entire body. Mabini was supposed to have contributed to it, but that's not saying too much either.
Well, excuse me, a point of fact, Senator Tatad. It was written by a committee, and one of them involved in it was Antonio Luna also. There was a committee within the convention that wrote it, within the Congress of Malolos that wrote it. And there were two competing versions. There was a version written, authored principally by Mabini, and another version authored principally by a certain Calderon. And it was a contest between the Spanish Cadiz Constitution and the French-type Constitution. So I think Melchor Magdamo knows more about that than me.
Okay. Thank you.
Now,
I'm going to listen now to Mr. Magdamo.
No, but the question that he was asking is whether you would recognize, because of that, you would not recognize the 1899 Constitution because it was written by just one man?
That's not the only reason. I said too much water has gone under the bridge. We've had so many constitutions. Okay, we set that aside on point of our history and adopted a new constitution. the new constitution was then succeeded by another constitution, and then another and another. And now if we are to put a terminal stop to the succession of constitutions, we have to decide that the Filipino people today should enact a constitution written by themselves using all these previous constitutions as basis for their work. I mean, they can use anything in those constitutions that are of use to the nation at this point. They don't have to cast aside everything. But I have serious reservations about using the 1899 Constitution, which had lain dormant for so many years, as your new Constitution today. I don't believe the new generation will want to do that.
I think the point that Melchor Magdamo was saying is that it will just be a triggering constitution to be able to conduct an election of convention delegates to revise it according to the modern requirements that we need today. So I think there is no difference between your point of view and his. So
Okay.
it's just a triggering. He will use it as a triggering mechanism just in case we have a vacuum of valid law to follow, valid organic law to follow, when those things that Senator Enrile was warning about happens on midnight of June 30 during the this interregnum of transfer of power because of the force that could have happened during the election. For
Can you
instance,
restate what Johnny Ponce Enrile is warning us against?
no, Senator Enrile, I'm just stating the posting that Melchor Magdamo referred to, that he was warning the people about things that could happen. He has always been invited to this meeting, but up to now he has not joined us again. But I
So
think,
what is the worst that could happen? What is the worst that could happen?
Attorney Magdamo, can you refer to it again? You were the one who brought it up.
Senator Tatad, can you give me 10 minutes? I'll just get it from Facebook and I'll post it here.
Okay.
It's some warning that similar. He's talking about circumstances similar to 1972, and the signs are all in, and then it may very likely happen in next year.
I don't have a Facebook account, so
I'll get it. Can you give me 10 minutes and I'll post it. I'll just copy it.
Attorney Magdamo. Now, can I, before I give the floor to Attorney Charlie Serapio, can I recognize Carlo Iwa? He has been raising his hand. So go ahead, Carlo. What do you want to say?
Okay, I would ask Attorney Carlo Serapio to his contact number so that I might be contacting him so that I can organize a program with him back on GMTV to discuss this issue, and also with Atty. Magdamo to guest in the show so that we can discuss what will happen to this election talaga. And,
okay, you can do that in private chat here, and he can respond to you later on. Okay, thank you very much, Charlie. Now I'm recognizing Charlie Serapio now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the question of Attorney Magdamo, whether I'll be open to it as a vehicle, well, I would just again like to put on record that years ago, we actually organized more than just a forum than what we are having right now, but what we called as the second Malolos Congress. The second Malolos Congress, it was actually attended by delegates also from all over the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. The president of the Congress was the late Ambassador Roy Siñeres. The speakers were the late Salvador Enriquez, and the one also who was mandated by the Congress was General Abat. Okay. Now, in that Congress, as you know, it was modeled after the Malolos, the first Malolos Congress in Baroswain Church. One of the reactions that was given was that of the former Chief of Staff Biason. And in a rather ridiculing statement, he said, why would the armed forces of the Philippines take commands from the leadership of a second Malolos Congress? And why would we somehow follow the constitution that was crafted in that Malolos Congress? And when we say we, he was referring to the military establishment. My reason for giving that backdrop is the question really assumes two things. One, who will the instrument of arms follow? In any constitution making, or even in the process of enforcing a constitution, the most important element or instrumentality is the institution of arms, meaning the military. And in the scenario that Attorney Magdamo was drawing for us, as he got it from former Secretary of National Defense Enrile, it's similar to the same scenarios I was saying, that if you combine the situation in 86 and 92, where you have a failed process that led to a revolutionary government, that led to the adoption of a freedom constitution, and eventually the crafting of a constitution, which, as Senator Tatad pointed out, unfortunately was done only by a commission of so-called the bright minds of the nations, which was which crossed party lines. I remember my kababayan Blas Ople, the late Blas Ople, may rest in peace, was a member of that commission. You have the Jesuit priest Bernas was also a member of that commission. They were the ones who crafted that 87 constitution. So at the end of the day, as also C.J. Puno pointed out in his keynote speech to the Katipunan, he said, a constitution will only just be a tissue of a paper unless that constitution really represents the sovereign power of the people. But the sovereign power of the people is expressed in two processes. One is the election process, and that is if the organs of government have not been held captive by a specific elitist interest groups which have betrayed the public trust of the people, or if the people acting on their behalf and protected by their military now restore unto themselves that power. The 87 Constitution provides for such a scenario where if the people's welfare, territorial integrity, and the sovereignty of the state are in danger, then the military is called upon to protect the state and the people. But the military, under that provision, continues to have or continues to must have a civilian authority over them. So in a scenario of chaos, as was being pointed out by Attorney Magdamo, whom will the military be looking up to? Since the election was not able to clearly establish who has the mandate of the people, and therefore who has the delegated sovereign powers of the people, the military will have to look at a civilian center that will be accepted by the majority of our people as the source of their authority and the one that will have to give them commands. That is why you need a moral center. People who will not be partisan. I would have very much wanted just to be part of such a center like that if one is going to be organized rather than be partisan in this election process. But at the same time, I just decided to take the middle ground by defining what is the table of the vice presidential contest. I said that table of the vice presidential contest is philosophy, advocacy, ideals, aspiration. In effect, that is going to be the moral center also, together with all others who have already indicted this process as incapable of really demonstrating and expressing the people's sovereign will. And that was part of the reading of our convention. We said, we are in a state of moral convolution. And therefore, the knots are too knotted that you don't know which one to cut out first. What you have now is the spectacle of our leaders throwing mud at each other, and it will all depend on how the people will see it. Whom will they believe? Okay. So the morals convoluted. The election as a platform for change is no longer sufficient in order to bring about that political morality, in order to bring about that process by which the people's sovereign will is going to be determined. And therefore, we must have what I call innovative solutions or strategies that we can employ in order to shepherd our people back into the rightful place. And the rightful place is as sovereign. That is the rightful place. And we begin with the spirit. And the spirit that we're saying is, I'm saying, and this is very personal to me, the real sovereign of this country is the creator. But the vessel of his sovereignty is the people. And therefore, the sovereignty of our Almighty Creator, which to a Catholic like me is the Nazarene King, can only be demonstrated if the people themselves also now decide to restore their power back to them. Now, the second saying is generation. We belong to a generation that started change, that catalyzed change. Before our generation ends up in the ground, are we not going to finish our job in much the same way that the fathers of our nation are saying they have an unfinished revolution? No. My proposition is our generation must try to finish our task. And our task of laying the strong foundations of this nation for the future and in accordance with our vision, which will be a constitution crafted by a constitutional convention. The Puno Binding Constitution is for now one of the drafts, and that's one that we can use. Okay. Now, as to that question, Magdamo, if we want to use the 1899 Constitution as the interregnum Constitution, similar to the Freedom Constitution in 1986, then I'm open to that, just so we don't have to go into another, and all into spending time to crop another one. And that is also a way by which we connect ourselves to history. We connect ourselves to our founding fathers. Okay, and I will be very much open to that historical link, where you have the 1899 Constitution or a specific provision there serving as the interregnum basis or source of legitimacy of the military, should and if they decide to accept that, because it will be the military and the people who will have to bring their force behind that decision. So, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that's correct. And that's very important. What you referred to as the objection of Biazon to the authority, why they should follow the 1899 Constitution. There is a solution to that. There is a standing order of President Emilio Aguinaldo, signed on 1899, January 21, asking the Filipino people to follow the 1899 Constitution because it has been promulgated by the sovereign people of the country. And any military officer who has the balls to do it can execute it immediately right now. And immediately we will be under the 1899 Constitution. That is one way to answer that interregnum that Melchor Magdamo is doing, as mentioned. But this is a legal question, saying, is an order that has been there extant since 1899, it is still valid up to now? There are, as Senator Tatad has said, so much water has gone under the bridge. Is there an expiry of a valid order from our first president, Emilio Aguinaldo, asking the people to follow the 1899 Constitution? Has that expired? We were interrupted with the Americans. That's why we were not able to pursue and complete the process of building the nation, because they interrupted us in 1898. Now, we have been set free. A president of the Republic, Diosdado Macapagal, moved our declaration of independence from July 4 to June 12. Why did we not move the constitution that went with that independence? Why did we get stuck with all of these constitutions that were enforced on us? Like the 1935 Constitution, which can arguably be described as an American puppet constitution. The Laurel Constitution, which can be described as a Japanese puppet constitution. Then the 1971 Constitution, which was changed by President Marcos and was ratified by the people through barangay processes, which has been questioned, but then also was imposed by the, was recognized by the Fernando Court. But then, this constitution was almost similar because it was going to the Batasang Pambansayan parliamentary system, very similar to the Malolos constitution. But then, we had this snap election, we had these things, and we had this impaired 1987 constitution. So now, we have an impaired system, which is also the 1987 constitution can be arguably described as an American-sponsored constitution because it was done with Cory's revolutionary government, and it was again supported in 1989, when in fact, during that time, the military resources of the country were already under the control of Gringo, Lieutenant General Comendador, and Juan Ponce Enrile. The Americans' overflight, authorized by Vice President Dan Quayle, stopped that and protected this American-sponsored or American-protected or American-supported constitution. Now, there is a standing order from our president, Emilio Aguinaldo. Can a brave military officer or an existing president or whoever controls executive power recognize it and follow it, and then order an elections for members of parliament? Has that order expired? Now I want to ask questions to the existing lawyers here, which is Attorney Melchor and Attorney Carlos Rapio.
Mr. Speaker, just a very quick reaction. The people and the military, as building blocks of the nation, are precisely going to be the one to determine that. Otherwise, we may go into an exercise of just having debates on the legal issues. No? It is, in effect, what I'm saying, it is the raw power of the people having a vehicle, whether it is a political party as their vehicle or some other movements, and the institutional power of the military will be the determinants of your question. And because otherwise debates can also atomize our people. It can divide us. Now we will go into, why will I support the 1899? Why will I support General Emilio Aguinaldo? Why will I set? I mean, that's going to be the trajectory of the conversation if we focus on that. The other thing is, as you will note, even up to now, there are presidential decrees which continue to be applied. Presidential decrees crafted way back during the time of the former president. So it is power. It is power essentially, raw or institutional, organized people power and institutional power of arms that will determine whether a constitution can be enforced or not. Otherwise, as CJ Puno would point out, every constitution will just really be a tissue of a paper. if it is not going to be the vessel of the sovereign power of the people exercised for their welfare, because that is the supreme law. The supreme law has always been that salus populi supremus lex. The welfare of the people is the supreme law. So and in a revolutionary situation, situation of chaos, as was being mentioned by Attorney Magdamo, that will actually be determined by whether the people are organized and therefore are able to assert their power. The military now will continue in their constitutional tradition of recognizing all the time civilian authority. To the credit of our military, despite all the other charges that have been labeled against them, in 2 or 3 occasions, rather than exercise their raw institution or their raw power of arms, they have always subordinated themselves to a civilian authority. You will note in the second EDSA event, that was the debate. The debate was, should the military form a civilian military junta in that was 2004. Okay, and I have to admit, we were among those pushing for an interregnum civilian military junta. But what won at the end of the day was a compromise. The vice president succeeding to the presidency, and the one representing the military, General de Villa, becoming executive secretary. So it was a mere form, of trying to show the alliance between the civilian authority and the military establishment. And somehow they missed out the philosophical moorings of that debate between these two forces in the 2004 EDSA. Okay, and this time, learning from all those lessons that we have had in the past, I think that's what we're saying. Use the platform of elections to enlighten our people of where we have come from, where are we really coming from, and where do we want to go. And that is one of the reasons why I just decided that, at the age of 71, what do I do with all of these experiences that I've had in being part of the political process of transformation in our country? The most I can do is share this with the younger ones. And if it becomes a gravitas for organization, thank God.
Okay, I think Senator Tatad has left our group right now, and he's not here, so he would not hear the explanation of Ian Lorque about the marine issue of marine schools in Mindanao. But Melchor Magdamo, Atty. Magdamo, have you found the posting that you were looking for? Of Senator Juan Ponce Enrile? I'm asking you to unmute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unmute.
Okay, maybe
Yes.
you can share your screen and show it to the group.
I posted it in the chat group. You click the chat, it's there. I'll post it again right now.
Okay, everybody can look at it. So anyway,
Yes. I'll post it again right now. So it's
okay, go ahead.
It's here.
So now,
I'll read it. I'll read it. This is
Okay,
an unsolicited.
go ahead, read it.
According
Go
to Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, this is an unsolicited friendly warning. I hope my friends in government will understand my concern. We have a country and a people to think about. They are helpless, innocent pawns at the center of the looming power confrontation. I hope my friends are aware that there are vested interests ready to fan the fire to gain tremendous advantage and benefit from an escalation of discord. It seems to me that the national political situation in the country is nearly like what happened before President Marcos declared martial law 49 years ago in 1972. I hope you, my friends, use your brilliant minds to analyze the political situation and avoid the eruption of an unintended and unwanted civil strife in the land. Remember, the situation is not to be taken lightly. Once it is launched, there is no turning back.
Okay, that's, I think I'm familiar with that. Anybody reacting to that? What do you think of that, Attorney Serapio?
That is fair warning to all of us. And that's what we're saying about the precipice where all of us can actually fall into. That's why this exercise is really that significant and important to us. It's and also urgent because it can spell our survival as a people and as a nation. If I may share with you, about 2-3 days ago, someone who considered running for senator under our party, someone working with the United Nations, informed me of a study that he has come across in the UN of the threats to our country and how these threats can unfold in the next years or so, or can actually be accelerated by what is going to happen. So, as I said, that is fair warning of the former Secretary of Defense, former Senate President. And based on his experiences, he knows all of that. And it may be well for the elders of this country, regardless of previous affiliations, to be the first one to initiate the coming together of our people. So you have Senator Enrile, you have the former Chief Justice Puno, you have others who really truly love the country. You may even have the former First Lady, all the elders. You have Senator Tatad, etc. For them to come together and really grapple with this threat and this danger that is facing us. Because that is his invitation for us to use. But more than intellect, it is wisdom that we must use. And we cannot really allow interest, especially those which are external to our country, to determine what's going to happen to us. The heat may come from outside. It's just like what I said about the egg and heat, the analogy of the egg and the heat. You apply heat to a stone, it will never break into a chick. You apply heat to the shell of an egg, it will break into a chick. The heat from outside cannot break us as a nation if the shell that we have is the kind of shell that actually expresses or represents our soul, our spirit as a people. That is where we have to focus our attention to, because it is only our spirit as a people that can save us now. It is not going to be the political, pragmatical considerations, because many of those pragmatic considerations or factors are not in our hands. We cannot control those, but definitely we can control our mind and our spirit. We can control our destiny in that sense. So, and if we only use our reason, and reason here is more spiritually defined, as the wisdom that is given to us by our Almighty Father, we will know the right track to tread on. And, we should listen to people like, he has been given the very rare chance given to people now of living up to, I think he's now 98 years old. Imelda is, I think, 95 years old. Chief Justice Puno is just in his 80s, but he's also old. Senator Tatad, I would imagine, also is in his 80s. We the elders of the land together Initially, we asked them to pray together, to capture one and the same spirit, and then ask them on the wisdom that they see on how we should preserve our country. We should not join the cacophony or the noise of these accusations against accusations, of the noise of the same old tired issues which have been there for the past 6 decades. Let's proceed from that and let us focus on the light, not on the darkness. Let's focus on the light because it is the light that we must follow. That's what I'm really saying. So let's really discern these warnings very seriously, and also look at our own experiences. Professor Hill, you've been in the struggle for a long time also. Engineer Yorker has been struggling for a long time. Sila Attorney Magdamo and the rest, they may be younger, but we know where their heart lies. Their heart lies in the right place. Okay, so and that's what we need for now. Because the danger is real and present. That danger is real and present. And we don't like to be just like Israel to suffer captivity in Babylon and captivity in Egypt. We have gone through that. We have had our Spanish captivity, our American captivity, our Japanese captivity, and now we have our own people as elites captivity. And we really have to free ourselves. The only thing that we can depend on is that spirit that is in each and every one of us. And that spirit is the spirit of love of God and love of country. And I tell you, it will lead us to the light. It will lead us to the wisdom that will make us understand and know what to do. Let's not start with knowing and understanding before wising up. Let's reverse the process. Let us be wise first to understand, and understanding, we have the knowledge on how to go about it. It's better for...
yeah, that's well and good, but I'm interested also in the reaction of Attorney Magdamo, and he made a comment which caught my attention earlier. He said, kahit anong resulta ng eleksyon na yan, hindi ko papaniwala yan, hindi totoo yan. So, Attorney Magdamo, can you explain that statement of yours?
I'm coming in as someone who has seen Smartmatic since year 2008 in Comelec, because when I was still working in the chairman's office of Comelec, I was brushing elbows, dining and whining with Smartmatic officials. And I've seen them face to face, eyes to eyes, ears to ears. And you know, Smartmatic, the only purpose really of Smartmatic is to cheat elections. I mean, that's their corporate philosophy, to rig elections. So why is it that we're still using Smartmatic until now, despite the notorious reputation of Smartmatic? So next year's election, to me, is a farce. Whoever wins that. So nagulat ako, and here comes Johnny Enrile. Actually, when Senator Enrile posted that message, he was reacting to an earlier message about this coming election being a sham. So I'll try to look for that also, the earlier message to which Senator Enrile was replying to. And it seems deep inside him, he knows that this coming election next year is really a sham, no, a farce. But to me, just because it's going to be a massive crowd, will you boycott? But you can use it as a rallying point. You can participate to make noise, to increase the political hit, just like what Vice President Charlie Serapio is planning to do. So to me, just go ahead, participate, make noise, use it as a rallying point, as an opportunity to air your grievances. And then if we may reach a certain temperature, a political temperature, which perhaps may be the triggering point which could detonate the situation. And we can use the 1899 as ignition, trigger towards the constitutional convention or CONCON that Senator Tatad wants, or maybe to bring back interest into that bayanihan constitution of Justice Puno. But we can do something, at least achieve parliamentary form of government. In the meantime, if you cannot accomplish all, no, just use it a step forward to accomplish something within our generation.
It would have been interesting if
Sunny Director.
Congressman Villarama was here. That I think he's celebrating his birthday. That's why he's not with us.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Sunny Domingo, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me loud?
Yes.
Okay, I am in my farm in Antipolo, and I'm listening to everyone. I did not want to talk, but then like Atty. Magdamo said, we must make noise. So I would like to make noise. I am not an elderly statesman like what Charlie is saying, to which I agree to all he said, although spiritual ang approach niya. But Senator Enrile is really painting what will happen, and this has happened many times, but this time it will be a more violent one. Because if I may share with you, I am just a simple agriculturist and farmer, but I think I have contributed to Philippine history when after Cory became president and he massacred our farmer leaders. I was asked to strategize what will get her attention or to the plight of our small farmers, and I said that we must put up a farmers congress. So historically, I don't know if it's even recorded, we held the first farmers congress in Manila in Rizal Stadium, which is now Aquino Stadium after putting in the air condition, because there was no air condition then. We brought in almost 2,000 small farmer leaders peacefully to Manila after they were massacred, and our strategy was simple. We talked with everyone, including the police superintendent of Manila, and who happens to be a farmer then. And for just to make the story short, we were able to gather in Luneta with our balloons. We had also the police motorcycles leading us to Rizal Stadium with their balloons. So we knew that nobody can come in and destroy our peaceful assembly. And in that assembly, we were not able to get Cory to attend because, well, she thought we were just a small group, a small noisy group that needs to be maybe massacred again. But then eventually she sent Secretary Dominguez, and who was Agriculture Secretary, and Filipino, and we asked them to sit down with us, and this time they will not be listening. They will not be speaking on the platform, but they would be listening to our 10 resolutions that we organized. And I had it organized, I had it written, I had it pre-approved, and so there was a viva voce of approval, and so we were able to approve the 10 resolutions, number one of which was used by President Duterte, libre irrigation, free irrigation. We said if we borrowed money, Marcos borrowed money to put up the irrigation system, and he put up also the highway system. Why is the highway system free for the traders and not the water for the farmers? So, okay, nanalo tuloy si Presidente Jan. We would like to claim credit na nanalo siya. Hindi siya nadali na Smartmatic dahil we had all the numbers of the farmers that were voting for him, even if he did not campaign with us. But the more serious one was when Cory continued to ignore us, and so we declared a food blockade. And just the other day, I was called by the guy who organized the food blockade and asked if I would allow again a food blockade. Now, I'm not claiming that I am the leader. I'm just being asked to advise, and so I advise him to stand by, do not do a food blockade, and this is what Secretary Indel is doing. Just imagine if there was a food blockade, what will Manila be? Just imagine if the labor sector joined us and meeting us somewhere in Balintawak, what would Manila be? Just imagine the peasants with their tractors entered Manila. What will Manila be? Or what will the Philippines be? What will be the elections be? Just imagine if we did this before election, what would this country be? Just imagine if we did this after elections, what would this country be? That's all I can share for the moment, and I hope this should be a fair warning to everyone listening to us and Professor Hill. If there are 14 million more listening to us, I hope that they would listen to the warning of Secretary Enrile, and including my warning for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker.
Atty. So I think I recognize now Bian Lorque. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And although Senator Tatad is no longer here, but because he made a word about me, as well as the system of election in the Philippines is concerned, so I would like to react to that for the benefits of those who hear this word from me. I would remind everyone that there is no such law higher than the Constitution, and neither law or whatsoever could supersede or suppress the Constitution, because it is the supreme law of the land. Now, when he talked about de-recognizing candidates, I would like to remind each and every one of you that in Section 2 of Article 7, it is very well said that no person can be elected as president or vice president unless he is natural-born citizen, registered voters, can read and write, at least 40 years of age, and 10 years resident of the Philippines. Now, the question here is like this. Why there are so many memorandum circular being implemented by COMELEC, being implemented by government agencies, contrary to the Constitution? Like, for example, when they said that we are a newcomer in politics. Okay, we agree with that. But let us remember that those persons who keep on sitting in the government for more than 2 decades, why is it that they failed to recognize the need of the people? It is very clear that the sovereignty resides in the people. Why we are lack of food? Why there are so many squatters in the road? If it is really true that in Article 12, Section 2, state that all land of public domain, water, mineral, petroleum, and other, etc., are owned by the state, why these people who are lying in the street cannot own a land, cannot own a house? What is the government doing? And every day we heard in the news that a lot of money, billion of money was being spent by politicians. And these politicians are known people for so many decades or so many years. Now, shall we repeat the same mistake and expect different result? So that is my question. Now, considering that I am newcomer in politics, but Senator Tatad forget that before 2016 election, I was the one who opposed their plan with Congressman Manalo and Secretary Bacani, because they said they have to put up Philippine Merchant Marine Academy in Mindanao. So I opposed with that because I said that, remember, since 2006, the International Maritime Organization and the European Maritime Safety Agency had already declared the deficiency of the Filipino seafarers and the Philippine Certification, Education, and Training Program here. So, shall we add to that? If the maritime school in Manila has so many defects, has so many deficiencies, how much more if we have to put up maritime school in Mindanao? So by doing that, so I spoke to Congressman Manalo. I said, that's why you keep on pushing the Bachelor of Science. That in fact and in truth, your father is also a seafarer. And he only studied for 2 years. And I also studied for 2 years. Now considering that our education is limited, but your education on land cannot be successful in the practice of marine profession and boardship, because experience is the best teacher. So considering that you are doctorate degree, but if the engine became have trouble or major trouble, shall you put your doctorate certificate there without knowing things to be done? So I'm sorry, but Senator Tatad was no longer here, but he forget that I was the one who opposed, and he said that I am newcomer in this political situation. But at the time I was running for a party list, but it is so sad that when I returned to Manila after Governor M. Marcos supported me in Ilocos, when I come back, I was disqualified. So these are things that I really oppose with. That a lot of people are running for politics, particularly in the national position. But the question is, did they, as far as the word of San Domingo is concerned, did they provide water for irrigation to the farmers? Did they provide free water and electricity to the Filipino people? To me, the system is the solution is very simple. In Saudi Arabia, remember, they have no water. But when they put up the freshwater generator, so they got water. And they could plant things, any plant they want to plant. Before, Middle East has no forest. But now you go there, you could see the forest because they have sufficient water. So what are they doing? They put up the freshwater generator that supply fresh water out of seawater. Now, in addition to that, as far as San Domingo had mentioned, that the problem in the irrigation system. Now, to me, the solution is very simple. Even here in Metro Manila, if we have to buy a water pump and install in Manila Bay, and that particular pump has to elevate the water, let's say for example 100 to 300 meters upward, and that particular water will have to comes down to the impeller of the hydro generator. So once the water strike the impeller, so the generator will be turning and create electricity. And that particular electricity could supply electricity in Metro Manila, and that is free of charge. Because you need not to buy fuel, because that is run by electric motor also, which is generated by your hydro generator. So considering that one hydro generator is not enough, so by establishing that particular power by one hydro generator, we could create hundreds of generators all over the barangay, if that is the intention of the government. But what happened is they spend more money in corruption rather than beneficial to the citizen of, or their constituent or citizen of the republic. So that's why I keep on opposing that. Like for example, we say, I don't know this person. The question is, did you ask his program? And is it feasible that he can do it?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Dean Lorcan,
I think
can we now give some other people the chance to react to what they have heard so far?
I beg your pardon?
can we give the other persons here in our group the chance to react to what they have heard so far?
Okay. Thank you very much. And all reaction is welcome.
Okay, now let me ask directly here, Miss Queen Salvacion. I think she's very interested. She has been moving around a lot. I think her body language says that she wants to talk. So let us give her the floor.
Yes. Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. I am more effective if I will be questioned directly. However, what I did is while listening, I also put my insight in writing and I post it as a message that was actually raised up while everyone was talking. Now, they had mentioned Attorney Charlie Serapio. Attorney Charlie Serapio, I met him in 2014. He has my book. You know, I have put up together all the book when I declared Kingdom Filipino Hacienda autocratic sovereign monarchy since 2008. Since 2008, it was already declared. But however, 4th of July 2014, I already had pinned down the Constitution transitory provision, Article 18, Section 9. That in the Article 18, Section 9 must rise the regular province to the mother province. Now, that's already been established. However, in the rule of law and the rule of court and the enacted act from ratified by the Congress, signed by Senate, the Republic Act 7160. The Republic Act 7160 in 1991 was promulgated to seek barangay unit. Unit will be the basic structure of the political entity. Because in 1973, when Marcos had declared his unilateral government so that he will act as the emperor, which he would not succeed because the territory of the 1935 Constitution is actually Civil Case 3957P. The Civil Case 3957P is registered in LRA Act 1903. Finally, after 1 year posted in the Gazette, it becomes official. When LRA Act was actually established in 1904 for the operation of the land rights. This is the Civil Case 3957P, the OCT 01-04, which OCT 0104 is an interim res judicata. He has my book. So as Colonel Tatad, Senator Tatad, Kit Tatad, way back 2014 also, my staff, that of Michael Capacia, was over in Batangas to hand him over my document to incorporate in their system the declaration of the sovereignty. Because sovereignty can only stand, or the sovereign nation, like Philippines is actually a sovereign nation since time immemorial. However, we had been invaded. We had been invaded by the British colony, not by King Philip, or not by Governor General Miguel Lopez Legazpi. The history is being twisted. That's the very sad part of our history book. It is twisted.
Yes,
Treaty of
yes.
Paris was
Miss Quinn, let me interrupt because right now we are talking about the elections. If you go back that far to these histories, I think the
okay.
people who are listening us might not feel that the discussion is relevant. So the
Yes,
more
okay, it
important
is
question
relevant.
that you
Let me
can address,
discuss now. Let me discuss the election.
your participation in the election. Is your group participating in the
Yes,
election?
okay.
Are they
Okay.
supporting a president candidate?
Okay.
What
Let
is
me
happening
talk
with
about,
your group?
because engineer was also talking about, I think there was also two gentlemen was already speaking before before me, that they were talking about the election, that the spirit of the Constitution has to be established, that the electoral is it legal or it's not? Well, it is unconstitutional. For the reason is, the Republic of the Philippines Federal Corporation is practicing anarchy. How can you have that spirit of the Constitution when you said the Constitution is the supreme law of the land? Absolutely correct. Because it is the supreme law of the land, because that is under the Constitution 1987, the patrimony of the nation, ancestral land. That's why we are talking about the Tribunal Electoral. Article.
So let me be specific. What is the group's position? Your group. I know you have a group, but are you voting for a president? Are you supporting a president candidate?
No, we are not supporting because that is unconstitutional. I am not registered under the Republic of the Philippines. I am sovereignty.
So you are not recognizing the sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines?
Well, if they will recognize me as the sovereignty, they are part. I'm embracing. That's Article 2, Section 7. We have
Yes,
to
but
respect.
you're citing articles, and you're citing articles of the Constitution which you do not recognize. You said you do not recognize the Philippine sovereignty.
No, you're wrong.
Yet you cite
I
the
do not
Constitution.
recognize. No, you're wrong. I'm sorry. Not. This is just a dialogue, no? This is just a dialogue. The problem is really.
We have to be very clear because we
Yeah,
might confuse
I
the
will make
people.
it very clear, sir. I will make it very clear, sir.
Well, I can give you a few minutes because we have
Okay.
to also hear the other
yeah.
people.
Okay. Now you mentioned Article 11, Section 3, your 3 Electoral Commission, which it requires, it seeks original jurisdiction. If you don't have the exclusive territorial jurisdiction and you are running a government without territory, so how can you say you are sovereign when you have no territory, when you're adopting the federal? Now, that is just from there. I will resent myself, or you can have the floor, because you only can be a government if you have territory. If you lost the territory, where 1986 they used Executive Order 292, and that is the cadastre here in Iligan, which I already adopted, and the cadastre 292 is Commonwealth Act 141 Homestead Act, which they use to open the Central Bank of the Philippines so that they can borrow gold. And the gold is already being redeemed by me. You guys cannot move.
I think we should put your proposals into some sort of written form, and maybe some of the attorneys in
I
our
have my
group.
position paper. What I do is I will provide you my position paper.
Because we don't want to confuse the rest of the group
No,
here. We're talking about
absolutely
elections.
not.
Okay, so
Absolutely
now,
not.
yeah, let
Because
us
right
give the
now,
yes.
Sir, Mr. Hale, that's why, because I'm self-empowerment, this is sovereignty, respecting sovereignty, national integrity. I can appoint you to become a prime minister. I will appoint, giving like each one of you here, you will be a governor in a state with jurisdiction.
Let us deal with that later. Right now, we are just talking about how the group can deal with the elections. So can we give the other people the chance now to talk? I want to give the floor to another person.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am here. If you call my attention, I will be here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, can I ask Felipe Gabriel to share his thoughts about what the other people have stated here, like Charlie Serapio and Melchor Magdamo also, as well as Queen Salvacion and the rest? Felipe Gabriel, you've been there, you've been silent, but you've been listening perhaps. Do you have any reactions? Okay, I don't think Felipe Gabriel is listening to us now. How about Mr. Clint Hassan? Okay, you're there. Okay, all of them are not responding. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hassan. What are your reactions to what you have heard today?
Yeah, as I've heard today, there's so many ideas thrown on air, but unfortunately, as one of the supporters of the administration, again, we are also asking for the integrity of the particular machines that will be used this coming May 2022 election. I would like to inform everyone that 2010, when the Congress approved the use of the automated election machines, the PICOS and the CCS machine, I already started monitoring what are the machines used for that particular activities of the government, particularly this national and local election. And I'm very much fortunate that I was also part of the election because since 2010, when that was the first automated election held in the Philippines, I was also part of the PICOS technicians in the field because I'm also in the possession of information technology, and presently during that time I'm the Dean of the College of Information and Communication Technology in one particular SUC in Mindanao. So most of my students are also hired by Smartmatic and Comelec to be part of the automated election using these PICOS machines. So with that experience from 2010, 2013, and 2016, I have already made my own presentation. I think my last presentation presented in the Senate during that time when Manny Peñol, former Governor Manny Peñol, questioned the result of the PICOS machine. We are invited at the Senate Electoral Committee to present our observation. And I remember that time, I presented 13 pages back-to-back presentation, giving our observation, what happened during that election. And at the same time, I think Chairman Brilliant is also there and listening to our observation. But what am I trying to stay inform the committee or the group today is that until now I cannot access the Comelec website, in which that's part of the problem I see during 2016 when the website was hacked by these hackers and intend to get the database of the said voters of the entire country. So now, if still we are using the same setup and the database was already what do you call that, nakuha na ng mga ibang mga hackers. So what will happen?
Compromised.
It was already compromised. So what will happen now if ever we will still going to use the same system. And previously, when the 2016 election, if ever we will try to remember that one, again, I'll just give you some for my own observation only. 2010, based on my observation, the first strategy that Smartmatic and Comelec done during the election is that the switching of the smart safeguard. No, I remember that time, 2010, the day before the election, they changed the safeguard because 1 week before the election, they presented to the committee that there is a line problem on the system, so they need to change that one. More than 80,000 safeguard will be changed on the day of the election. So doon pa lang nagduda na ako. So there will be some changes on the part of the PCOS machine kasi they try to omit all those security features of the machines. And then marami pa akong observation during that time, 2010. 2009, another thing is they make strategy in which they make some problem on the network that the PCOS machine cannot send the result to the canvassing station or canvassing center. So doon naman, papasok naman yung switching doon kasi maliliit lang yung safeguard eh. So pwede mo ipasok sa kaliwang bulsa mo, ilalabas mo sa kanang bulsa mo yung safeguard. So that's my observation. Then on 2016, medyo hinhybrid na nila. Mayroon naman doon sa server na talaga tinitira nila yung server. So with that observation sa nakita ko, I think Smartmatic right now will do everything on the hybrid. Very hybrid na ngayon kasi just imagine we are shading these ballot boxes. We are shading these ballots na binoto yung shade natin. Tapos parang ipasok lang natin doon sa loob ng PCOS machine. Pre-manufactured na pala yung laman ng safeguard. So what's the use? Para lang tayong naglulukuhan, di ba? And then that's the reason why I'm always asking, why is it that we are still trying to use this kind of system? Alam naman natin na almost 4 times na tayo nag-automated election. Talagang maraming nangyayaring kabulastugan. And I don't know what is the reason, the valid reason of the COMELEC that they will still use the system in which most of my colleagues, particularly in the IT industry, are trying to say that why use this technology right now na for how many times na nag-automated election tayo, wala talagang magandang resulta na hindi talaga convincible sa lahat ng mga voters natin. So anyway, yun lang muna yung masabi ko for now. Actually, I'm very interested to learn more about the discussion of this group because I think marami akong matutunan, but yun lang din lang sa akin. I'm representing myself as a voter, at the same time an IT professional that is focusing on this particular activity na pinaka-importante sa buong sambayanan ng Pilipino, no? Na yung boboto mo, mababali, wala lang kung halimbawa ganun pa rin ang sistema ang gagawin. So parang they already have their own, parang control nila kung sino yung dapat manalo, sino yung matalo, parang ganun po. So yun lang po siguro masabi ko for now. Then if ever, by the way, Clint Hassan po from Mindanao, presently, the Director for Consumer Affairs for Mindanao under Department of Agriculture. So sa ngayon po, dito ako sa Mindanao ngayon, and I'm penetrating the grassroots areas in Mindanao, producing farmers and fishers productions, no, and the consumers. So yun lang muna ang masabi ko sa inyo ngayon, and hopefully I'm still on the meeting, and I really love listening the ideas of the different participants of this group. Thank you very much po. Assalamualaikum.
Well, thank you for your insights, Clint. And I think you should coordinate for your agricultural activities with Kasani Domingo. He is in agriculture. in our group. So he's,
Actually, si Kasani invite sa akin dito, kaya sabi
okay,
ko,
that's good.
Opo.
And also coordinate with Melchor Magdamo on what you know about the IT, because he's the one who's trying to do something about the Smartmatic.
Yeah,
He has
I already messaged him. Na-message ko na rin siya,
Melchor
sabi ko na pakilala na.
Magdamo, so makakilala na kayo, so that's good. So thank you for your insights. Let us hear from Engineer Perdigon of Legazpi, I think. What your insights would be, Engineer?
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead.
The
Yes,
presentations.
We can hear you well.
The presentations are what I would say very big issues, and I am afraid they are too big for me to bite and munch and swallow. But be that as it may I just contribute some points. Number one, I'm from Bicol, and it would be an impression that the candidate, Lenny Robredo, would be favorably endorsed here. Maybe. Nevertheless, it is notable that there are other options that Bicolanos are looking at. For example, Manny Pacquiao is quite popular here. Well, the reason is not that deep, being that his close friend Buboy Fernandez is from Libon Albay. That might be an attraction point for many Albayanos, particularly. Bongbong Marcos has attracted some of my colleagues in the power advocacy because of an ad that went out that he will return electric cooperatives to their former status when his father was president. For example, Albay Electric Cooperative will be taken back. Well, that's a very palatable prospect for my colleagues. The other contenders, well, let's say Lacson. There's not much to be heard about Lacson here. Or shall we say Isko Moreno? Not much. I heard a while ago that Lenny, Bongbong, Manny Pacquiao, and probably the ordained, the ordained candidate of the president will cut up Visayas and Mindanao. Well, that will add more, I will say, confusion to the game. So we really cannot determine whom to rely on as regards the issue that we are trying to push here. Who among them will help us in the power problem of Albay, for example? Up to now, we are still waiting. I am not in favor, to be very frank, as of now, of Lenny Robredo, because what I heard from a close aide of hers is that she favors privatization, and that is not hearsay. That is not fake news. My contact is a close college friend, and she's inside the circle of Lenny Robredo. If that is the case, then sorry, our group cannot endorse her candidacy. Well, what about Bongbong? He may be accepted by some, but I will say not by many Bicolanos. During martial law, Bicol was one of the fiercest battlegrounds. In fact, we have here one of the most severe incidents of the insurgency. We have many Bicolano opposition leaders like Joker Arroyo, Raul Rocco. So Bicol will not, I think, go for bongbong. So what will come? I take particular note of the observation of Attorney Magdamo that there will be a massive cheating or dictation of the results by Smartmatic. Well, if that happens, indeed there will be chaos because for one thing, Bicolanos will not take that sitting down, and it might be it might lend credence to the prediction of former Defense Secretary and Senator Juan Ponce Enrile. Now, what do we make out of this? Sabi nga ng mga insik, in every crisis, there is an opportunity. The 2022 election might provide an occasion for a crisis. Let's say that possibility that there will be a power vacuum on June 30. Well, we can latch on that and prepare for that eventuality. That might help us advance our cause for federal parliamentary form of government. So I think we can just watch closely, be on alert, and see what is most favorable, in our honest opinion, to the interest of the Filipinos. Thank you very much.
That's giving us that insight, and you are sort of outlining choices. But according to Melchor Magdamo, maybe your choices will be trumped by the added voters list that is manipulated by Comelec Smartmatic syndicates during the election counting. You know, it's like we are in a situation where our counting process is captured by Smartmatic. We are free to vote and free to choose whom we want, but everything depends on the counting, because they will just not count or miscount our votes, and then we don't get the elected people that we wanted because it has been subverted by the Comelec Smartmatic. So maybe you should ask Melchor Magdamo how you can make sure that your votes are counted in Bicol.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you very much,
Noted.
Mr. Engineer Berdigon. Let us hear from somebody from Makati, Mr. Riches from Makati. Can you share with us? You have been so patient here, listening to everybody. Now it's your turn to tell us something about what you think. Mr. Riches from Makati? No comment? I think he is not commenting, so we have to go to Miss Wilma Manzanillo. Ano po masasabi ninyo, Miss Wilma?
Ang masasabi ko po,
Yes.
as a member of the introducing military takeover, I would like to speak in their behalf. Nakuan po, the civil relations of the armed forces of the Philippines promise to monitor the election process from beginning up to the end of the proclamation. And so there are many ideas can transpire in this meeting, like the claiming of the rights over the Philippine archipelago that should be that heard by the Supreme Court, because there are two claimants. One is our friend Queen Salvacion Legaspi, and also our friend, His Majesty King Tiburcio Villamor Marcos. But, whatever will transpire, we will uphold and respect.
Are they involved in the elections? You said before that Tiburcio will run for office. Did he file for office?
The
Did he
election?
run for election? Yes.
Po? About the
Kumandidato ba
election?
yung sinabi mo, si Tiburcio Marcos? Ang nakita ko nag-file
Opo,
si
sir. Kasi,
Francis Leo Marcos.
siya nga po, yung mas matandang Marcos po. Kasi we were issued an ID and we will respect our commitment. But whoever will come out, we will respect and uphold po.
But you said you have connections with the military-civil relations. So what are they talking about?
Yes po. According to their post, they have to monitor or guard the election process po. And we commentators ask that huwag silang matulog during the election. Ganun po. So we thank the civil relation of the armed forces of the Philippines for their kindness in offering their role po to protect the rights of the Filipino people.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much,
good pala.
Wilma.
Opo.
Okay,
Same
thank
to
you.
you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I think I'm giving the floor to Atty. Melchor Magdamo because he wants, I think, to use the last minutes of our sessions today to present a motion. Can you share your screen or talk about your motion or read it, Atty. Melchor Magdamo?
Can I have the floor before Atty. Magdamo? Sandy,
Sige po, sige po.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Sandy, go ahead.
Sa sinabi ni Atty. Magdamo at saka sa sinabi ni Clint, mukhang wala tayong election. So I think in this fora, we should be discussing what if there will be no election? And if we want an election, what should this group do to make sure that the Smartmatic will not be smart again? Like for example, yung sabi ni Clint, on the last minute nagpapalitan, dapat yan. Hindi ganyan sa basketball na parang last 2 minutes hindi pwede magpalitan. Pagkatapos during the election, pinapalitan yung focus na yan. I think we should use the group here now as the platform of anybody wanting to comment on how to control the Smartmatic. Because even the military could not control Smartmatic. Only maybe a citizen real and a group like us can control Smartmatic by way of popular approach to this if we want an election. Now, if there will be no election, we cannot do anything about it. Maybe we should be discussing what should we be doing if there will be no election. Like I said again, yung story ko kanina, hindi ko lang na-expand, pero just imagine kung binigyan ko ng go signal yung gusto mag-food blockade, dali niya yung tractor sa Manila, wala nang papasok na bigas sa Manila, sasalubingin siya ng labor sector. So there will be a tumultuous event in Balintawak. At of course, yun ang kay Katipunan yun. What if that will happen? What should we be as a group be advising? Maybe if I can hear any advice and any comment from anyone on why I should not, for example, encourage this group to do a food blockade, then I would like to listen to why there should be no food blockade. Because if we hear Secretary Englire, it is a thing that will happen. It is something that will not happen if the events and yung kaguluhan parang sarsuela nang nangyayari. biglang nagkawala yung mga tandem-tandem, nagkanya-kanya na. Ibig sabihin, magulo na itong election natin kung hindi maayos yung election platform na yan at saka yung election machinery. Pero siguraduhin muna natin yung Smartmatic. Maybe there should be a resolution started by this group and maybe added by other groups that hindi na gagamitin yung Smartmatic. Back to square one tayo para malaman natin talaga kung sino nanalo. At saka sa probinsya, gustong-gustong nilang malaman kung sino nanalo talaga sa mga presinto. Hindi yung magulat na lang sila, bigla pala wala yung boto nila dahil sa kalukuhan ng Smartmatic na yan. So there must be a way we can encourage President Digong to ask now the COMELEC to not use this Smartmatic. We don't care waiting for 1 week kung tama ang bilang. Pero kahit na mabilis ang bilang, kung niluloko naman ng bansa, palagay ko palayasin na muna yung taong yun na namumuno na Smartmatic sa Pilipinas. Kung hindi siya mapalayas, ewan ko, bahala na ibang grupo kung anong gagawin nila. If we agree na dapat mawala na yung Smartmatic. Yan lang po. Thank you.
Yes, that's well taken, Kasani. I think that's what the group will be focusing on as we discuss ways and means of trying to do what Attorney Carlos Serapio has suggested, that restore the sovereignty to the people, na hindi lokohin yung electoral sovereignty natin ng COMELEC, Smartmatic. But he was also warning us about us not totally discrediting the system, but maybe playing with the system. So maybe those hybrid approaches have to be discussed, and we will get more clarity with that later on. Okay, before I recognize Carlo, is that something important? Go ahead and be brief because we want to have time to discuss the motion of Attorney Melchor Magdamo. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I will ask them, Mr. Speaker, Queen Salvacion, what would she mean by her messages in this chat, so that we can also understand what will be the way of Queen Salvacion on this.
I think if you want to ask questions of Ms. Salvacion, you have to do it in a private chat because we are allotting the last portions of our time before 12 o'clock and before we have our lunch to the proposed motion of Attorney Melchor Magdamo. You can do a private chat with Ms. Salvacion, Carlo. Go ahead. And go ahead, Mr. Magdamo, you're recognized.
Good noon. Good noon. Siguro, just a quick point, kay Clint Hassan. I think I remember him. He was the group that submitted evidence of memory cards of Smartmatic containing election results of two countries in the same memory count in the same memory card. The election results of the Philippines and Colombia. Nakalimutan nila i-delete yung sa Colombia.
Opo.
Sila yata yun. So,
kami yan ni Sec Manny Piñol.
Ayun, yun, naalala ko na. Kasi, tinan mo, that is very compelling evidence na kalokohan yung election natin. Isipin mo yung election results ng Colombia na nakahalo sa election results ng Philippines. Kasi Smartmatic is worldwide yung lokohan niya eh. Nakalimutan nila i-delete yung kalokohan nila sa Colombia. Well, anyway, another point din sa isang kalokohan na makikita natin, we can use science and mathematics to point out kung ganong kalokohan itong Smartmatic na to. Kasi po, yung isang danger natin, nakafocus tayo sa makina lang. Nakakalimutan natin yung voter database. Doon sa voter database, makikita natin yung statistical improbability. There are islands in the West Philippine Sea, sa Tawi-Tawi, west of Palawan, part of Philippine territory yun, unusually high yung kanilang parang how did so many number of voters fit into those small islands? Ang problema, kiniklaim ng China yon, so hindi ma-audit. Sinasabi ng China, kanya yon. Tapos on election day, babalik sa Philippines yon. Boboto yung islands na yon, kung sino man yung manok ng China. Tapos on May 10, the day after elections, balik na naman sa China yon, so hindi natin ma-audit. So talagang magiging very incredible yung elections natin next year. So ito yung motion, no? Ito yung motion. Itong para for our plenary today, no? May I read it? The draft
Yes, go ahead.
motion for the shadow parliament of the October 9 plenary, which is today. Quote, upon motion, the parliament resolves to consider the proposal of vice presidential candidate Carlos Charlie Serapio about synthesizing the participation of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, the KKK, the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, which is the party of Vice President Charlie, no? In the 2022 elections, synthesizing the participation of the KKK in the 2022 elections with the possibility that a dehibernation of the 1899 original sovereign constitution may serve as a trigger and interregnum towards a constitutional convention or CONCON for crafting a new instrument for meaningful system change. Yun po ang draft proposal ko po, and I'm open to suggestions to anyone in the group.
Okay, the proposal now is open for discussion. Any comments from Kasani Domingo, from Engineer Bien Lorque, from Chit Clint Hassan, as well as everybody else, Engineer Perdigon and Wilma and Principal Bashon. Go ahead. The table now is open for discussion on that proposal of Attorney Melchor Magdamo. Any comment first from Attorney Charlie Serapio? Attorney Serapio, are you still there?
Oh, sige.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for taking up on my proposal. It was actually just a follow-up to the proposal of Attorney Magdamo himself, not my compañero. Just to clarify, the acronym of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi is Katipunan. It's not KKK, because there is another party that carries that acronym. And in fact, we had a problem in the Cordillera when the Kamalek accordingly could not find our party in its computer, because we did very well in the Cordilleras in 2019. Anyway, I think Attorney Magdamo has clearly made the proposed resolution presented to the body. And again, thank you, Attorney Magdamo, if you're using my.
Should we be free to quote in the resolution proper once we develop it for style? Things that you have laid out in your presentation last week as well as today?
Yes, please. For as long as the other explanations that I have shared can also be factored in, because I may be taken out of context, because the resolution is just stated in one statement.
Yes, it's only only the dispositive portion, I think, was clarified by Attorney Magdamo, but the rationale and whereas has to be placed in there somehow. And
Yes.
we are interested in quoting from the speech of Justice Puno to your convention. Is there a text? Is there a text version of that, digital text, so that we will not misquote him?
I will have to ask him, because what we have is what is recorded on the video tape, and we have not actually transcribed it.
That would be difficult to quote, because we might have mistakes in hearing it, and so he might not be happy if we quote him improperly.
I will ask, because in this particular case, as a triggering point of reference, towards the holding of constitutional convention and the crafting of a new constitution for the nation, I think I have to emphasize that, as I said, that will have to really be accepted by the people as well as by the military, the two building blocks of the nation that really wants to be free and independent in destiny that it wants to put in its own hands. No? So, importante yon. And it is likened also to the Freedom Constitution that eventually led to the 87 Constitution. Parenthetically, I should mention that as far as I know, Chief Justice Puno had a hand in the crafting of that Freedom Constitution. Also, just as he is now the principal architect of and designer of the Puno Bayanihan Federal Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it possible next week for him to address us here and this plenary, even just for 30 minutes, like a summarized salient points of his vision for the country?
I will have to confer with him on that, but definitely I will relay your invitation and also request if he has a written version of his keynote speech to the convention.
He doesn't have to repeat what he said in your system, but it's something looking forward to after the elections, what can be done by groups like ours after May 2022. So that is like I'm trying to be looking forward, hoping that no disaster comes to the country and that we're still able to function as a sort of coherent nation after the elections of May 2022. So,
if I may suggest, Mr. Speaker, so that we can maximize, just in case he agrees to address the 1899 Constitution Congress, perhaps you could invite the different members of the different groups which are represented here, so that, as I said, we can maximize his presence. No? Okay.
We are
So,
still
for example,
we are still studying this list, just like you, studying the list of these candidates, and we don't know, and we may have to wait a while kung sino ba ang talagang papatakbuhin ng COMELEC, kasi di ba they will be shedding a lot of people and saying that they are nuisance candidates.
yeah, that is true. But what I'm referring to is the membership base or the support base of the different groups. For example, I know that the group of Sunny, my good friend Sunny Domingo, is a broad-based organization, no? And if Sunny would like to bring in some people to listen to Justice Puno, he can easily do that. The base of Congressman Villarama would also be another broad-based group. The group of Speaker Engineer Bienvenido Lorque, the group of the Marines group, the your own group, Professor Hill, and the others who have been attending our groups regularly, because even the group of Senator Tatad,
Magdamo also has a group.
Yes, Attorney Magdamo. In other words,
Anchor group.
The perception may be that just because there are 13 or only so many who attend the regular weekly, is this is just not just a small group, but what we're doing is what you usually call in our activism days. What is the word that we usually use when you have sort of relatives marrying each other? And I just want to make sure that his presence with us can be maximized, and I will have to tell him this is the group that will listen to you. This is the advocacy of the group. This is what they've been doing for the past so many months, and he would know, therefore, the kind of topic that he would like to share with you. That's the same thing we did when we invited him to be the keynote speaker of the Katipunan. We gave him a profile of what the Katipunan is, what is it's not just its advocacy, but its its philosophy, its ideas, its principles, everything else, and what is the reach of the Katipunan. And that was when he made his decision to also address us. Of course, on a personal level, we have been working together for some time now. No? It's
Okay,
just a,
I think
it's just a
we
suggestion,
can
Mr.
prepare a
Speaker.
profile of what we are based on what we have been doing for the past month since June, July, August, now September, now it's October. We are already 4 months in the running and we have not yet run out. Go ahead.
Apologies. No intention.
May
Apologies.
I have a, may I, may I have some clarification, Sunny Domingo here, on the resolution?
Okay, you will yield the floor, Engineer Lurkit, to Sunny Domingo.
Just a quick one.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Domingo.
I would like to be clarified on the resolution as to what would be the scenario if the resolution will be adopted. What would be its impact to the public? And who will be possibly be the people that will listen to it or that may do some action? That's what I would like to be clarified. So maybe the resolution should be read as to its spirit, and then what would be the impact? Thank you.
Anyway, Melchor Magdamo will clarify that, but the resolution will just be adopted in principle now, and we will draft a finalized, stylized content which we can approve in a later plenary session. We are not rushing the approval of the resolution right now. So, Melchor Magdamo, can you explain again to kind of Sunny Domingo what the resolution is about?
Siguro, because we have to communicate this to the masa din eh. May I try to communicate in the masa? The resolution in effect is to welcome Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi in their decision to participate. Sasali sila sa halalan next year, kasama si Ben Lorque as Vice President. Pareho silang Vice President dito. Gagamitin yung pagkakataon na yan para uminit ang temperatura ng politika at mahayag natin yung mga ideas natin, yung mensahe natin sa taong bayan, maibigay natin sa taong bayan yung mensahe natin dahil ito ang pagkakataon na makinig sila dahil sa ibang pagkakataon hindi sila makikinig. So sumasali tayo, nagpa-participate tayo sa halalan sa 2022 not because naniniwala tayo sa halalan but because opportunity ito para maihayag natin yung sa loobin natin. At pag nagkatotoo at mukhang magkakatotoo itong nakikita ni ang ating elderly statesman na si Juan Ponce Enrile, may nakikita siya at tingin ko totoo yung nakikita niya dahil napaka-anomalous talaga ng ating election. Yung voter database na lang talaga statistically improbable na. Hindi ka paniwala ang magiging resulta ng election next year. Kahit sino pa ang manalo dyan. Magkakagulo. So, papasok ngayon dito yung itong proposal nga ni Vice President Serapio. Pati sorry Attorney Vice President Lorque, no. Uunahin ko muna yung kay dalawa kayong Vice President dito, no. May itong partido ni Serapio yung Kamalayan, no, ng Katipunan. At pati na rin yung KDP nga pala si Vice President Ben Lorque, no. Meron kayong nga palang pinaglalabanan, no? Pwede i-synthesize yung pong word na ginamit ko dun sa draft motion, i-synthesize yung participation ninyo sa halalan with the dehibernation of the 1899 Constitution at magiging trigger parang sa baril, no? Tawag doon? Kalansing? Ang tawag sa yung sa baril, paputok para pumutok yung sitwasyon at ma-dehibernate yung 1899 Constitution at yun ang gagamitin as interregnum transition na para masimulan papunta sa Constitutional Convention, CONCON. At yung CONCON ang magfa-finalize ng saligang batas na gusto natin for system change. Parang gano'n yung roadmap niya.
Okay.
Ewan ko kung nasabi ko effectively.
Okay, so is that enough to clarify things, Mr. Sani Domingo?
Yeah, but still, it's very fluid. What I would like to see is anong mangyari? What will be the impact to the public? How do we present our group to the public with that resolution?
Yeah, it will be. We
What
will
do we want the public to do?
We will write I think this is the way it will happen. We will write a more complete text of the resolution, which we will approve by next week, and then translate it into, we'll try to make it as brief as possible, translate it into the different dialects, and then i-circulate natin sa mga tao. At saka ang effect din yan is that we will be inviting other like-minded parties who are participating in the election to endorse the resolution and participate in it in the process of clarifying the situation to the people about how rotten our election or how imperfect our election process is, no, so that it can be corrected. And the impact of that is awareness of the people that the election process or the shift to a more transparent system, like a parliamentary system that is embodied in the 1899 Constitution, can be the triggering event to move into real parliamentary systems in the country. That is the impact that will happen. That is, correct me if I am wrong, Attorney Magdamo, of what you intend to have happen. Okay, I think
Basically, yes, correct.
That's the way I understood it, Kasani.
Which means that we would be endorsing the candidacy of both Charlie and Cabien.
No.
They would be synthesizing with what the group would like.
No. We are not endorsing them because how can you endorse two? You can only say that, well, in effect, it is like an endorsement saying that if you have no choice yet among vice president, you can choose either of the two. But then if other groups also say that they are this and we prove that they really want and work with it, then we could say, hey, these people are also for change. Like, for instance, if the group of Norberto Gonzalez say that, hey, I am also for change, so I want to participate in it. So, okay, at least in the group of Norberto Gonzalez, he has no vice president. So he will not be competing with the two of you. So you are the potential vice president for him if he joins us. And I don't know if he has plans to put anything else. If any other president also joins us, if Bongbong says, okay, I want to endorse federal parliamentary, okay, we are also considering you as part of the candidates to be supported by the parliamentary shift movement, something like that.
Okay,
that would be the practical operation.
That includes Butch Valdez.
Beg pardon?
That includes Mr. Butch Valdez.
Yes, Mr. Butch Valdez, and then anybody, because I think Bongbong has made, Marcos has made this, I think, openly, his support for a federal parliamentaryship. Especially, he became a member of the Partido Federal. So these are the things that we can talk about, you know, as
thank you.
This can be the ramifications of this move that Attorney Melchor Magdamo is doing. But we just start with us, you know, who will listen to us. We are just a small group, and they will say, ayabang nyo naman, endorse nyo kami, ang liit-liit lang ninyo. Hindi tayo, we just concentrate on what we can do. We just start small and spread our message slowly. That is the thing that I foresee in terms of the implications you're looking for, Kasani. Does that clarify your point?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Sige, before I call for a seconder in this motion to adopt it in principle, let us hear from somebody here who has not spoken, Maria Nida Escomo. Can you hear us, Miss Maria Nida Escomo? Do you have a comment? I think she's not making any comment at all. Okay, so let us hear from Mel Lugod. Mel, you are our technician here. You have been silent all the while. Ano bang masasabi mo, Mel? Gusto ka mag-Tagalog? Gusto ka mag-Binisaya? Pwede man. Mel, you're not listening. Maybe you are attending to other groups. Hello? Okay. Ano masabi mo? Unsa may imo masulti? Hello? Can't hear you. You have no voice. You have unmuted, so you better start your video so that we can see you. Oh, nasaan na si Mel? Nawala tuloy. I think he disappeared. His connection is gone. Oh, he's here up here. Mel, go ahead. You have the floor.
Hello. Okay, so narinig na ko, sir.
Oh, narinig na ko.
So I always support the plan of the group. So technically and even spiritually. So for the good of the people, of course, I always just be listening and doing my task.
Pero tanungin kita, sino iboboto mo? Si Kaloy, Israpio, o si Bien Lorque?
Actually, wala po akong mabuboto kasi di ako naka-register.
Anyway, that's a joke. Now, going back to the resolution. Who will second the motion for the resolution to adoption in principle? And putting it in committee of spile to spile it into a written form.
I second the motion.
I second the motion.
Oh, second the motion. So now let us.
Thank you.
Let us. Anybody objecting to the motion?
By the way, as far as because you told me just to say something, but Asani said that he has to go first, so I just hear what you say. But as far as the resolution is concerned, for your information, I was given by the COMELEC to say about 2 minutes to say a word to the people of the Philippines yesterday. So what I say is I never emphasize the parliamentary system of government. First, that the most advantageous part of the parliamentary system is the question hour.
Okay, at least we have started having a megaphone.
On the presence of all media present there, as well as the COMELEC and some candidates. So I told them that because I am the Speaker of the House of the shadow government, so we keep on pushing the parliamentary system. And I think you could see that on the flash screen of the television in the 24 oras yesterday. In-flash nila yan.
Okay,
so, kaso lang, dahil 2 minuto lang ang aking salita, nagkapakilala pa ako, I am Bienvenido Lorque. Kasi sila 1 minute na daw ang salita ko. So, sabi kasi, hindi ako nagsalita. Nagkikilan muna ako. Kaya, I limit my words. Pero nung nakita ko na sa 24 oras, talagang eksakto na 2 minutos lamang ang sabi ko. So nabanggit ko lang, problema ng mga siman, problema ng mga farmers, itong sistema ng gobyerno natin na corruption ay malala. Pero hindi ko sinabi ko anong solusyon. Ang problema lang sinabi ko, wherein nasabi ko lang na kung sakali, yan ay magawa natin ang solusyon. Ngunit dito sa aking pag-file ng candidacy, as what I heard from Senator Tatad, dahil di tayo kilala, I do not expect too much. Dahil mo sabi, too much expectation will create, ang tawag ito, medyo sama loob mo kasi kala mo manalo kayo pala hindi ka pala nanalo.
Great frustration.
Dito sa atin, pag natalo ka, sabi niya, dinaya ako. So ako, ayaw ko yan. Ayaw ko yung gamitin na salita. So akin, if God's blessing that I will be given a chance, yun lang akin. So I will do all my best, beneficial not only to myself, but to the whole citizenry. Kung malala ninyo, ang presidente ng Latin America na the poorest man in the world, the poorest president in the world, na ang kanyang sahod ay 90% pinamigay niya sa tao at 10% lang kanya kinukuha. So I think if I will be given a chance, I will be much more better than that what he did.
Okay.
Ako makatao ko.
That's the spirit. You have to get into character to play this game.
Sa mga separer, we have more or less 1.6 million separers in the Philippines. So kung yan ang 1.6 million separers in the Philippines will have to unite. Dahil mahirap magsalita unity. Word lang united na sinasabi natin, pero natin ginagawa yan. So kung magawa natin yan, kung 5 sila, tatay, nanay, anak, kapatid ng asawa, kapatid niya ang magboto, kahit 5 lang, that will serve 8 million votes. Kung dagdagan mo ng mga unvaccinated, na binabanggit rin ni Captain Ray Baliros, so hindi lang ganoon ang boto mo. So kami, hindi kami nag-expectar na mabotohin kami ng tao. But yan nga sabi ko na if God's willing na bigyan ng pagkakataon dahil we are all equal. Hindi yung namili tayo ay kilala to. So kilala ka nga. Like for example, all those people who became our guests. How many years they served in public, in the government? Did it change the system? Did they provide us free water? Did they provide us free electricity? Did they provide us free telcos? Did they provide us food? No, not one of them, except President Marcos na namigay ng tinapay nung araw sa mga bata na nag-aral.
Nutriban.
So yan ang akin, I do not expect na dahil sa impression pa lang makikita ko ngayon, gaya ng mga nag-file ng mga politiko doon sa kasama ko na Nere Ordinaries, mga bayan, ano. So ako, sabi niya sa akin, ano ka ba? What do you expect? Ako, I never expect something. Dahil kung magsobrahan ng expectation mo, frustration, abutin mo dyan. So let it be. If that is the will of God, so let it be.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Engineer Lorque. Let me recognize Chief Glenn Hassan because he has raised his hand.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Closing statement ko lang kasi, yeah. Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Closing statement. In really kasi, I remember 2012 when we have our electoral committee Senate hearing. He admit that he has care since 2010 pa yon. How much more ngayong 2022 na? So the question there now is, if ever nagbigay siya ng warning, maybe that will be his basis. Sa akin lang, opinion ko lang yun. So, kasi ngayon, uso masyado ang hacking ngayon, kaya that's the reason why how can we accept or reliable ba yung result ng election. using this automated election na naman. So yun lang po. Thank you very much and wasalam.
Okay, thank you. I forgot we had a pending motion, and then I was asking the floor whether there is any objection to the motion, and nobody responded. So
No
since
objection.
no objection, then the resolution is passed. Okay, so
Mr.
any more
Speaker.
comments?
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, Sunny
go
Domingo.
ahead, Sunny Domingo.
Since we are now becoming to be a group that would like to educate the public on voters' education, I hope we can continue with that. But there's another that maybe Bien and Charlie should promise the public and us. I conducted a whole day workshop of the NCIP, National Commission of Indigenous People, with all the regional directors in attendance nationwide. And I found out that they are already very frustrated with the kind of government that we have. But they are more frustrated with the kind of assistance that they're getting from the government, from every government. So maybe they should come up with a platform on what they would do with the 10 million voters IP all over the country, what they can do for them. And then also, if they may include, if you want to get the vote of our sector, the farmers, paglaban nyo na patawarin na lahat ng utang ng mga farmers para makapagsimula uli sila ng bago. In the first place, yung mga utang na nakapangalan sa mga farmers, ninakawadak naman yon. Hindi naman talaga pumunta sa kanya. For example, in a cash and commodity credit, yung cash pumunta doon sa nagbibigay ng bulsa at yung fertilizer lang ang pinamigay. Yung farmer magbayad ng fertilizer na ayaw na magbayad dahil yung kung magbayad yung farmer sa pangalan niya yung credit, mapipilitan siya magbayad ng cash portion. So dapat mula nung masagana 99 hanggang ngayon, lahat ng pautang sa mga magsasaka ay dapat makondon na para magbago na lahat tayo. At lalagyan na sila talaga ng magandang guarantee system on whatever they borrow. And then we can raise the money by floating forestry bonds. We can float rice bonds. We can float mongo bonds. We can raise all the money that we want because we will be the food country in the future. If there will be a great Pacific War, we will only be the country that can produce food because of our archipelagic situation. So let's take advantage of the situation now. We may look small, but if we think big, we may become big as a group eventually. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yes, as a financial person who studied these things, your proposal is not impossible to implement as long as we properly manage our finance.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
Reaction kay Kasani na I disagree that the loan should be condonated. I condone ang loan. What I am suggesting here, based on our program, is if you have, kung may utang ka, bayaran mo utang mo. So all what we can do is like this. We will give you free electricity, free water, free telcos. So I think that is equal. Kasi hindi lahat ng tao ng utang eh. So kung condone mo ang mga milyonaryo na may utang, paano yung mga hirap na walang utang? So ang utang ang dapat bayaran. Pero ang equal participation at equal distribution is ilibre mo tubig, ilibre mo kuryente, at ang mga pagkain ay magmura, I think that is proper. Rather than...
Okay, Engineer Willie, I think we don't have details of it. And
No,
to
Mr.
discuss
Speaker.
it without details is we can table that. But right now, let me give the time to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I was misunderstood. Ang utang ng farmer lang ang pinapakondon, hindi yung utang ng mga milyonaryo, hindi yung utang kung sino-sino. Kasi yung utang ng farmer, for them to produce the food, hindi naman talaga nila nakuha lahat yung utang na yon. At paano nila mababayaran kung bawat anihan, panlugi sila, yun lang. That program of Bien, of free everything, is another program we can talk about. But maybe if they can support a credit condonation of the small farmers from those cultivating 5 hectares and below, then pati yung 5 and above dapat bayaran ng utang nila. Pero yung 5 and below talagang niyari sila. Yun lang ang atin. Thank you.
Pero alam mo naman ang Pilipino, pag pinababuran mo ang isa, gusto ng iba naman, o kami naman, paboran mo rin. Kita mo, pinaburan ang sahod ng militar, ang mga teacher nainggit. So,
No, there is a way to do that. Non-condonation of loans, but frozen collection for the loans for a period of 10 years. That can be done.
That can
be programmed, supported by certain bond, farmer food production bond. So you don't collect on the loans for 10 years, and by the time the farmer is prosperous, you can already pay the loan, and in 10 years' time, with inflation, the nominal value of the loan will have been reduced. So that is the way to handle that. I'm now talking as a professional economist.
Bayad sa tubig, kurente mo, bayad mo doon sa loan mo.
Yung lahat ng yan, ikatatlo natin yan ng gobyerno, kasi siya government na may-ari, at saka it can be created into a large cooperative or a large foundation, similar to the Meralco Foundation under Marcos time. And there are many ways to do that. So in effect, the people will be receiving like credit cooperative vouchers to cover their expenses. So somehow there will be non-abuse of the relatively very cheap products that they'll provide to them. We will not necessarily give them free products. A recommendation to any government is not to do that, but to create a process wherein to some extent the cost is still relatively distributed among the people depending on how much they consume. Okay? So now we can go into these details because these are not programs of government. We can have a committee, and we can have research groups later on manned by research assistants from the schools, and I will willingly coach them, and we will have a Zoom process to train them, and I can do that.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to remind everyone that last plenary session, we intend to disseminate information related to barangay assembly based on Republic Act 6735 and 7160.
Correct.
The whole 4 hours today, we haven't mentioned such dissemination of information, and now we are again disseminating another information wherein we haven't finished yet the number 1, and then we step to number 2. So I would like to remind everyone that what was being discussed in the past has to be fulfilled first before we jump to the second one. Thank you.
Yeah, point well taken. The capability, our intentions, of course, are limited by our capability. And we are also in the process of building that capability. That's why I was saying we start only in our local neighborhood, and yung maabot natin ng paupo, yung hindi pa kailangan tayong tumayo, kasi baka wala tayong energy para tumayo. So yun lang muna ang ating gagawin. Halimbawa, yung mga barangay na pwede nating maabot, ay yung mga barangay siguro na nasa urban centers ng bawat kabisera, o ng Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, Metro Davao, kasi mas madali yun. At the way to reach them would be a process of translation and a process of gathering cell phones and gathering Facebook accounts so that we can disseminate through that process. That is what I'm thinking of, because we cannot afford physical dissemination at this point. We don't have the logistics to do it. Now I'm recognizing Atty. Magdamo.
Tungkol po sa barangay assembly, no? Bad news and good news. The bad news is may nag-hijack ng idea. The good news is we can use their resources. Kasi hinijack nila yung barangay assembly idea for a particular candidate. Pero we can use, kasi we can use their resources, mag-iingay sila, we can intervene into their noise. Oh.
Sino So yung nag-hijack, sino?
Itong administration.
Okay.
They will use barangay assembly to push for yung Mandanas case implementation.
Okay.
But we can use the same opportunity para makasakay tayo ng libre. Silang gagastos.
So, we are listening to your proposal, but we have run out of time. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Do you want an extension to hear the proposal of Atty. Magdamo? 5 or 10 minutes?
1 minute lang.
1 minute, go ahead.
So 1 minute, don't lose hope. May nag-hijack sa atin, kumbaga sa martial arts, may sumuntok sa atin, ginamit natin yung suntok nila to our own advantage. Hinijack nila idea, magla-launch sila tuloy yun yung barangay assembly na yun for their own politicking. Makakalibre tayo ngayon dahil mag-iingay sila, sasakay tayo sa vehicle nila. Kasi sa gagawin nila, obligado sila mag-consultation, mag-public consultation.
Paano tayo sasakay? Paano?
Ito kasi, ang gagamitin nila, barangay assembly, to launch full blast implementation of yung Mandanas case, yung Mandanas Supreme Court ruling na devolution.
Okay. So,
yun nga lang.
Paano tayo sasakay?
Kasi siyempre, obligado silang hearing. Obligado silang magpundak ng public hearing.
Okay, pag hearing nila, paano nga tayo papasok?
Pasok tayo. Zoom links yun Magpapa-invite tayo.
Kahit sino pwede pumasok sa mga Zoom meeting nila?
In theory, kahit sino. In reality, mamimili sila. No? So what I will do, I'll get Zoom link. Agahan na lang natin yung entry, yung pag-join sa Zoom meetings. Para hindi tayo kasi up to 1,000 yung yung capacity ng Zoom.
So kailan sila maggagawa nun?
Before ilo-launch nila yon before November 15. Kasi makikinabang dito yung administration candidate. The pogi points will go to the administration candidate.
Hindi sigurado maraming palang papasok dyan.
I'll try to get slots para makapasok tayo sa Zoom.
Okay, then that's only how many Zooms will they be doing all over the country?
Yes, kasi gagawin nila yung barangay assembly of October all the way to March yun. So magiging yan.
Yeah, tuloy-tuloy na silang mag-i-hearing. 2 buwan lang naman 2 months lang, October lang at saka yung March, di ba?
Pero that doesn't prevent them from using the months in between. November, December, January, February, March.
Gagawa sila ng Zoom meeting kahit na wala ng mandato para gumawa ng barangay assembly?
Yung start lang, you can start one and keep it open
Okay. So medyo ang mandato lang ng law is October, month of October, 2 weekends in October, and the month of March, 2 weekends in the month of March. Yun ang nakalagay sa local government code.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Sa nabanggit ni Magdamo, doon sa sumakay, maganda yan. Isakyan mo rin ng proclamation natin. Dahil isa lang yan. Ang proclamation natin na naging post pa isakay natin doon sa kanila.
Isakay natin lahat.
So let us discuss it more. Kasi para talagang hindi tayo hindi tayo mapaya o hindi tayo masupalpal. Baka mayari tayo. Okay. Anyway, is there any other business you would like to discuss before we adjourn? Okay, I'm now declaring the adjournment of our session until the next session on Saturday. Anybody who will second that because I did the motion myself? Go ahead. We are now ending our session. Thank you very much for your attendance, Atty. Serapio, and also Clint, and thank you for your insights. And let's hope that we're able to do something about this rotten presidential system that we are in right now and shift it to parliamentary governance. Thank you very much. See you again next Saturday.
All right, so
Bye. Yes, go ahead. You have anything to say, Attorney
Do we have a, no, this is outside already of the session. Do we have a directory for this group? Because I remember there was someone asking for my number, so I'm most willing to give it if you would like to take note of it. So it's 0917 174 5050.
Yes.
And I would appreciate if we can get a directory of the group's number.
We have Facebook accounts, and I don't know if we have numbers. Mel, do we have numbers already? I don't think we are collecting phone numbers, except only by request. We have Facebook accounts of people who are attending, and that is what we can share with you, so that you can message them by private messaging.
Let's post it in the chat and put it in the chat.
Yeah, that would be chat. How do we?
So people don't have questions from each other, and they put it in the chat, and that's how. But we are not totally collecting it. Maybe we should Mel Lugod, not Mel Magdamo. Can you do something to now systematically collect phone numbers from the people attending our Zoom meetings? Every time we request a set of phone numbers.
In the case of Katipunan, we shared with you our regional.
Okay. So we will begin to do that.
And I would suggest also a ongoing discussion between KDP and Katipunan, no? Because anyway, that was started, as I said, by